Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a Connect the Dot, an Epiphany, a Mind Explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links will be in the description after this live is uploaded. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. You can see pyramids, skulls, paintings, commission drawings, hyper realistic, by the way. Craft and sip, paint and sip, all those beautiful things. Candles. I made 12 more candles the last few days. It takes time. Please check that out. And if you would like to purchase anything or do commerce with me, please email me. I do everything privately. I have channel memberships. You guys get emojis. You guys get oracle card readings, extensive in-depth readings. You also get channel member only content. 4D, we're almost there. I might be doing a video for you guys tomorrow. I'm just straightening my mind out. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. I do also have raffles and fun stuff, and 3D gets one free entry and 4D gets two free entries. So think about becoming a member. It's a really great way to help me and contribute to this channel. I need my heater on. It's a little chilly down here. Hi, guys. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Ashmaya. Hi, Scott. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining me. This is the first time in forever. I did not sleep last night. I got to sleep at 5 in the morning. 5. I don't know. I'm still exhausted. Still exhausted. I don't know what's going on with me. I have a clue, but I'm really, really tired. I'm so tired. And enjoy. What are you fixing for dinner, Scott? Uh, you know what's my dinner? Coffee. Um, oh my goodness, Ashmaya. It actually I was right before, so I woke up really, really late. I woke up around 12-ish. Like officially got myself out of bed and showered and ate a little something, had my first cup of coffee. Um I don't feel like I was up that long, but I went to start my car. It is not as bad here, temperature wise, that it has been in the last few days. But I like to run my car. My car is turning over, thank goodness. The battery's still good. Still haven't fixed the alternator issue. I need a new one probably, and I'm just waiting to see who can help me install it when I purchase it. Because I can do that. I used to be able to run on the 4 hour sleep paradigm. When I did my job in Manhattan, I literally went to sleep by 10, maybe 11, sometimes 12, and I woke up at 4 a.m. every day. Um, and I was fine. I mean, I ran off of a lot more coffee, but I can't do that anymore. I can absolutely not do that anymore. Uh, FML. Last night was a really, really rough night. I can't describe to you how freaking exhausted I was. I'm just sharing this to my Facebook page because I don't do that. And it's not a pretty picture of me. I hate when that happens. Whatever. Um, I'm not a fan of not sleeping. I love sleeping. I pretty much laid in bed and did every damn sort of technique I could possibly think of in the moment of why can't I get to sleep? What's going on? Deep breathing, anchoring my light, bubbling and protecting. Like I did it all. I did it all. I could not get to sleep last night. And when I finally did it, when I woke up, Freya literally, her little snuggle face was on me and her paws were here and she was just laying like a little loaf of bread. The cutest thing ever. I'm happy I woke up to that. But I was like, oh my gosh, why? Right now it's like in the 20, it's like 22 degrees, but like it went up to like 30 something here. It wasn't that bad. I went outside to start my car, just put my jacket on. I had my little slides, my little slippers on. Got the mail. And yeah, that was fun. I'm actually not as bad as I used to be. New York cold was more annoying for me than it is here. I don't know what it is. I guess my body's getting acclimated to the colder weather. It is a little tad bit colder up here than it is in New York. That's insane, Ashmaya. Insane. So I wrote a little Facebook last night because I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep and I'm sorry. I'm gonna people are gonna hate me and I really could give a fuck. I could care less. Um, I wrote a little message to everybody. Um, we gotta stop with this New Year bullshit. It's in April. I don't care when it is. I'm riding the wave of momentum that everybody's putting in the collective right now. I could care effing less when New Year's is. Time is a construct in 3D. I don't live in 3D. I live upstairs. Yes, my body's in 3D and I have linear time I'm bound by, but I choose to not see the illusion. It's an illusion. Stop with your shit. Sorry, but not sorry. We wrote this. We wrote it. So why are you feeding it? Please stop. And so many people the other day, and Happy New Year to everybody. Like, hey, happy new energy shift. Yay! Happy New Year. Guess what? I'm riding the coattails of everybody's energy. Why am I lowering myself to say, well, it's April 1st? That's ego. Let go of your ego. Let go of the ego. You don't need to prove shit. If people want to come to that estimation and that accumulative notion that it's April 1st, so be it. We don't have to prove anything to anybody. Prove it to yourself. If that's the reality you choose to live in, God bless you. Source blesses you. Regardless, the ego of proving needs to stop. What needs to happen? I listened to a video yesterday and it really surmises the things that are going on in my brain. Calendars don't change. Dates don't open portals. We keep saying the 88888 million 5 2.2 portal is opening, and this is opening, and that's opening, and it's on 8 and on this date, and we give such significance to the numbers and to the dates and to the this and to the that, right? Take that out of the equation. Take the numbers, take the days, the dates, the this, the that out of the equation. Yes, things do open up in certain cycles and portals do happen. It's a collective energetic momentum that is being created when we all think and harness our intention into that time, into that linear space, that it creates a big momentum of energy that builds up. That is what we need to feel into, not it's a 12-12 portal. It's the 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 portal. That's your limited mind giving it a label and a substance. Just ride the coattails of the energy that's coming from it. We're advancing. We are 4D, 5D, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 creatures. We are beautiful souls that needs to not be defined by linear time anymore. So this is where we need to start rewriting how we think, how we are expressing self, how we are exhibiting our energy fields. I it blows my mind every day that your eyes wake up and open and you perceive and observe reality is a blessing. Moment of every second you breathe is a precious gift. It really truly is. And when we give our power away to the program, yes, there is spiritual programming that happens. We dilute our energy and we are not where we need to be energetically. It's for the shifts. Everybody's like, new year, new me. Hi. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to work out. You should be doing this stuff anyway. And if you're not, find modalities that work for you. And yes, it is good to inspire yourself to have a New Year's resolution or a goal to achieve. No one's saying not to. I think it's healthy to put into yourself a change of moving a little differently each year. But people are landing in the same frequency. So you're just carrying over new frequency, not implementing the change every day and sticking to it. And then by February, and I can only attest to this because I worked at the YMCA in a gym that like February, like January to February, everybody's running into that gym. Everybody's motivated. Everybody's bringing their new water bottles and their new cute outfits, and everybody's on the treadmill or the elliptical doing them. And then by the end of February, they're gone. And the dedicated people that are always there or have been always there, right? You have to want the change. You have to come to a closure in your life to wanting that change. A few weeks back, a month, I've been saying, I'm done. Finito. I know my worth. I know my value. I'm going to stand in my empowerment and I'm done. I'm done with this crap happening in my life, right? So I took the momentum of being done and said, okay, now let's implement the change. But change doesn't happen on the outside of yourself, it happens within yourself. Oh yeah, yesterday's book reading was hysterical because it is the chick was talking, so like the first chapter, the chick is talking about health and she talks about the enema. And I died, and I'm like, well, that's medical advice, and I that's not something I could be like spewing on YouTube. And woo! So when she's going back and talking about the two selves and the body and the higher self, I'm like, oh my God, like we could totally expand on this or not, but I had to. And I was laughing because the enema thing kept coming back in my brain, like, oh, did you do the work? Like, how many enemas did you do? I don't preach that stuff. It like people that we had a huge wave back in the 90s. I want to say colonics was a big thing. I unfortunately had to have a colonoscopy back 12 something years ago. And that was the last ditch test for me. Okay, I didn't want to do it, but it was a necessary thing because there was stuff going on with me and it was not pretty. And we needed to find out where I was internally bleeding. So they found it, everything, there was a little procedure that was done and everything was fixed through that. So that was my cleanse. You, you gotta do what's right for your body. Yeah, yesterday was that reading was great. If you haven't checked it out, go watch. It's a really good laugh and it's short. It's not that long. I do rant a bit. Because it's talking about the astral realm, and we'll get there too. Um, but going back to change, change happens inside you, side of yourself, and it's in increments. It's not some big shift that happens overnight. It doesn't happen that way. When you are in the primordial soup that we've been, every time I'm pulling archetypical cards, we're in this transformation. The new world has not sprung out yet. Just because 1-1 happened the other day does not mean we shifted. The shifts happen within ourselves. Gaia, on the other hand, is shifting. But that doesn't mean I got this big download last night. Like maybe that's why I was awake and I couldn't get to sleep because I was overwhelmed with spirit energy last night. A lot of energy last night. What I was getting was we each individually shift to the new paradigm when it's our timing, when we're doing the work in order to understand what we're shifting into. The world outside of you does not change. It will drastically in a millennia from now. And that's just because of evolution and what we're going to do to improve where we live and in the communities that we serve. Your outside world doesn't change. What changes is your reactions to the outside world. And slowly but surely, the interlaying of the other dimensions are going to your reality, and things are going to become prettier and clearer, but not in the ways that you're fantasizing and imagining, because that's just the dream state. That's just the fantasy state, mystical state of your thinking. Yes, colors will get brighter and will get more vibrant. Yes, it will feel lighter and but that's because you're changing the state of your frequency. inside of you and that your cells are recalibrating to that frequency for you to have those experiences more and more. We're slowly stair stepping into that. If, like I keep saying, unsolved mysteries, if you were to instantaneously shift, you would humanly combust. It's too much energy in your system. And since your birth, you've been slowly recalibrating your system to ascend, because this is the time our free will chose. It's predeterminism, sorry. Predeterministic that we're here. What are you eating, Scott? Well, thank you, Charlene. I like to be funny. I had cheesy bread for a snack. I'm not really hungry today. I'm still waking up. I don't know if I'm awake yet. But yesterday, the response of the new year and looking at everybody's posts, because I like to be uplifted, right? Ooh, enjoyed that spaghetti. Um, what we think is the shift isn't really, and I'm gonna read some of what the notes that I wrote yesterday as a hallmark of what I've been going through with my own primordial metamorphosis happening in that void of space. So calendars don't change. Dates don't open portals or wormholes. Time doesn't move forward simply because a number resets. If that were true, everyone would shift together, and you already know that doesn't happen. Um, it has everything to do with where your consciousness has landed from a quantum perspective. Time isn't linear, it's contextual. Reality doesn't unfold because the clock advances. It unfolds because the observer changes. You are the observer. When the observer remains the same, the year changes, but the life repeats as if nothing happened. When the observer shifts the timeline, it reorganizes, even if the calendar doesn't move yet. It's a quiet sense that old rhythm no longer fits, even though nothing dramatic has ended on the surface. The urgency you used to feel towards certain goals has softened. The identity you once defended doesn't feel as solid, and the future feels closer than the past, as if it's already leaning towards you. It's a signal that your relationship with time is changing. Most people think they enter a new year. In reality, they carry the same internal frequency forward. Call it progress. But timelines don't respond to intention alone. They respond to coherence. And coherence is not something you decide, it's something your system stabilizes. Into physics tells us that a system only shifts states when its internal conditions change. You don't force a phase transition, you meet the conditions for it. So in a lab, the scientists create the conditions for which the photons, electrons, and subatomic particles can have whatever they want happen to them. The conditions have to be met. for the result to come across. So inside of us, we have to change our frequency and tune into the reality in which we want to experience. That takes time, and that also takes a freak ton of work to do. It's not just about raising your vibrations. It's not about la di da da. It's not. There's a lot that goes into this work, and it's not being done in a third dimensional sense. You are not the manifester anymore. You are the creation itself. You are the creator. You're not manifesting means you don't have it yet. Creator is you already created it. There's a huge difference. 3D, the law of attraction. Oh, I think about what I want to attract and magnetize it towards me. Yes, but you, again, coming from a state of not having because you want it. What happens if you use that method, but knowing you already have it? You just need to magnetize it to materialize. There's a huge difference of intention when you're putting out what you desire. If you know that you're a multidimensional being, that I have another self out there in superposition, that I could choose a menu of options, I'm arriving at the reality. My husband arrives. I'm at the reality. I'm arriving at the reality where my YouTube channel hits 100K subscribers and 300 memberships. I'm arriving at the reality of financial sovereignty. I'm observing my reality where my artwork sells for 6 figures. My business is making 6 figures. I'm observing it because I am living it. It's in superposition. And now that I am doing the work to tune my body, my frequency, I am the broadcast tower. I'm putting out frequency constantly. I am anchoring the timeline in superposition I chose. Now it's going to collapse in the branching of reality that I'm standing in right now. And the universe gives you little pings, but you don't need the validation if you have faith. Something inside you has crossed that threshold. This is why language of fresh start doesn't resonate anymore. You're not wiping the slate clean. You're stepping out of frequency that no longer responds to you. The timeline you've been living in has stopped feeding you information, emotion, and momentum. Not because it failed, because you outgrew its signal. And when a timeline stops responding, the mind panics. It calls it confusion. It calls it lack of direction. It calls it being stuck. But the field reads it differently. The field, the quantum field, reads it as disengagement, decoupling, preparation for reassignment. Spiritually, this is the moment that many traditions describe as the in-between. This is where all of us are sitting at right now. Not the old world, not the new one, yet a suspension where identity loosens before it reforms. People try to escape this phase by forcing clarity, by forcing plans, by forcing movement, by forcing inside a shifting timeline, only creates drag. The truth is, you're not meant to move forward the way you used to. Neuroscience supports this. More than most people realize, when identity is updating, the brain reduces motivation for old reward loops. The dopamine that once drove you toward familiar goals no longer fires the same way. This isn't depression, it's recalibration. The system is withdrawing energy from pathways that no longer match where you're going. That's why planning feels strange right now. You can still think about the future, but it feels hollow to plan it the old way. You're not starting a new year, you're exiting the old pattern of time. Timelines don't respond to hope, they respond to embodiment. The movement, your internal state stabilizes into something different. Reality reorganizes around it automatically. No effort, no declaration, no ceremony required, just coherence. That's major. That is major. Think about it. Of course, spiritually, divine orchestration is playing a part in this decoherence, destruction. Yes, Charlene. Yes. The pings in my life that showed me that things the universe were putting in my purview to say, hey, it's time for a change. It's time, was the exiting of the political paradigm, the solidification of no longer feeding that in those people. Not because I don't love them, because my frequency doesn't warrant that energy anymore. Doesn't make it bad, it doesn't make it good. It just doesn't warrant that attention anymore. It's not broadcasting from that frequency tower anymore. So what did the universe do? It had character assassination to make it solidify in myself, in my inner being. No more. You're not going back. You're not being taken advantage anymore. Your kindness was being taken advantage of. No more. No more. The people that you once served, they're not in your frequency no more. To solidify that, the beautiful universe decided, we're going to have you get into a car accident. Just to tell you, you're in the wrong direction. No more going back. Ping one. The ending of my relationship. It hurt really bad. But hey, twin flames. If they meant to come back, they better be healed and better be ready to jump in the shift with me. If they're going to make the shift with me, they're going to come back. All right, and that goes for anything that dissolved and decohered out of my field. If people do the work, if you're doing the work and you have your family and your friends that are over there in that other broadcast system and they're broadcasting and they're doing their thing and you're in your locality shifting, and eventually maybe they might go, oh, wow, I have to do the work. Okay. And I'm going to shift my vibration and I want to, wait. Oh, that's what they're, what? Then they will enter your field and your locality again because they did the work and now they understand. They're frequenting at the level that you're frequenting. It's not an inferior superiority kind of dynamic. Um, that dynamic didn't work in the old timeline. It's not to say that these people will never come back. It's just to say that you need to come back and meet me at where I'm at in my timeline. That will become our timeline. That will become progressively forward in the new world. We can't sit idly by and worry about everybody else. You got to worry about your frequency fields, your tuning, your anchor, your lighthouse, and your frequency broadcasting system. Because the more that you focus on you and what you're broadcasting and what you're bringing into superposition to come into collapse state will help everybody else. If she could do it, I could do it. And no, poo poo, more people will be like ego challenged and do it because they want to prove something from their ego state. But what they're not really realizing is that they're going to have an ego death. And here we are. So, yeah, uh, we want to have a better life, prosperity, abundance. What are you feeling in your heart space? What are you feeling inside your heart? When you wake up in the morning before you do anything, are you sitting in your bed or wherever you sleep, holding your heart space and taking those deep breaths and programming your frequency tower for the day? Are you sitting in and really thinking about the calm that you want in your life, the peace, the abundance, the freedom, the sovereignty? What is it that you are frequenting? And do it before the day starts because you're still in 3D and there's still programs that run that you have no choice but to run it. Hi, El Sunray. um, Charlene, no, no, no carrot on a stick. And but this goes for, I mean, what I just said doesn't just apply to him, it applies because I want to see everybody shift, you know, everybody that I really care about and love. I want them to shift too. It's they got to do it on their own time and they have to realize that doesn't mean they're going to be with me. That doesn't mean that they're going to join my tribe again. It just means I want to see people, more people on the wavelength. And that includes all the people that decide to have some really negative things to say about me and see me in a light that doesn't represent my vehicle, my frequency and my resonance, my intention, my love for humanity. The universe steps in, everything has a reason for happening. And what happened a few months ago needed to happen. Not in the best, I'm not happy the way it was played out, but it played out for a reason. It needs to be said though, Charlene, I love you. It does. Um, I so how I know I'm shifting is old self would have collapsed. Because let's just be honest, we know me and Maureen had a roller coaster ride from not the nicest energy. And when at least from my end, I know what my mission was with him. I know I hate that. And I can't get out of those contracts, unfortunately. So I got to play them out how they're going to play out subconsciously. Um, I would have been devastated, and this time I wasn't. My heart's broken, but I didn't ball up in a fetal position and cry. I had a calm come over me, and That's the new energy. That's the new timeline. That's the self that's saying it's going to be okay. Stop worrying about stuff. You know what? You love yourself enough to have boundaries. You have to implement them, and you finally did. You go, girl. You that was the test and the teaching that he imparted on me. And I'm very thankful for it. He did something that I was a little baffled at, but he did it from an unhealed place. I can forgive him for that. And sitting in the position that I am vibrationally, I chose to say, well, I have boundaries, I have worth, I have value, and if you're not going to value my boundaries, my worth, and my love that I have, then you're not meant to be in my life. Plain and simple. You're not going to show up for hey, funny thing is, a lot of people were asking me about why I was walking to work and where was the boyfriend and everything. And when I said I broke that we broke up, most people are like, well, okay, if he loved you, why wouldn't he come and try to figure it out with you or come up with a solution? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, you can hate somebody or really want to choke them out, but still show up for them. That's like what a mature adult would do, but childhood wounds. Can't, got to do the work on yourself. You know, and this time my guides, myself from the higher perspective, the one that I'm merging with said, you know what? You're worth more. You're worth somebody showing up for you. You're worth, and I get, like, look, I get it. I'm in my 40s and I'm in like raw and being realistic. I'm not feeding the wrong information and I'm not coming from the echo. I'm not in the best position in my life. I'd be really scared if I was a man trying to date this one right here in front of you. I'd be scared. I don't have much to offer in the materialistic way. But if someone really loves me, they will see my potential. They will see what I'm trying to do and what I'm striving to do, and will help me walk me through the most darkest time of my life and will come along on the ride as I lift myself up. I have to lift myself up. I'm not asking anybody, but to have a partner on the journey would be nice. Less less stress, but that's not where I'm at. No, I shouldn't. And that's the thing. Not everybody operates from there. Um, Not everybody operates from there. And even myself, I'm learning how to wake up and implement the frequency, even though I now establish in my vehicle, I am worthy, I have value, and I know this because my higher self is living it. The version of me that's out there in another overlay is playing and having fun and striving for the best. And I want that version of myself. I know it exists. Therefore, I am pinging that download from that higher self to drop into this vehicle and then and I know all of you are having similar shifts happen. The way you are responding to the timeline has changed. The way you're viewing politics have changed. The way you are responding to your outside environment has changed. I know this because a lot of people are done with the hate, shame, and blame paradigm. Like the New Year's. Well, New Year's happens on April 1st. Hi. Happy New Year, but it's on April 1st. April Fools. Okay, is that from an egoic place or a calendar? Oh, it should be 13 months. Okay, if that's the reality you choose to vibrate at, cool. I'm not trying to take that away from you, but let's be real. Is that coming from a space of not knowing that the quantum field has no time? Ra will tell you if you read the law of one, time is illusory. It exists in a third dimensional construct of linearity because that's the realm of experience we chose. We chose to have time here. It makes our human experience make sense. You're not bound to think that way forever unless you choose to. I choose love over money any day. I am a life path 7. I'm more in my spiritual, more in the knowledge, more in the wisdom based. I am not in the money based. I have no 8s in my uh life path numbers. I'm a 7. I choose love over that any day, and I can prove that with Viking. And I don't date people because they have materialistic wealth. That's not something that my heart falls in love with. My heart falls in love because I have a resonance with the heart and the soul. And that's the thing. I'd rather be in love with somebody and make it work, and no matter what conditions. I love myself. I haven't given up on myself yet. I wouldn't be here if I gave up on myself. I choose myself in love. Period. But the dynamic that I'm seeing in the collective needs the shift that really needs to start hitting people is, why do you got to prove? I don't care what a book tells you, it's a program. Why do you get stuck in those loops? Time is illusion. We're all one. So why are you hating on your other self? Why are you hating on everybody? Why are you hating on a certain group? You could see the divide happening. New York City's mayor changed, and oh my God, Bedlam, go on IMDb. It's a fucking movie. Why are you giving your attention to the movie? I get it. It hits you financially. I get it. It hits in spots that are not comfortable. I get it. I really do. This town here that I live in is run by the effing mafia. Everybody's hands are in pockets. Everybody, you got to need to know somebody to get a good job around here. I get it. That's how the game is played here. And hopefully, there's a few of us who will infiltrate and make it better. But the movie still is playing out. And if you keep giving yourself its attention, what happens is you keep feeding the loop. You keep feeding that old timeline. That's the old timeline that is running right now. That's where we need to escape from. It's not, oh, all the positive people are going to go over here and all the negative people are going to go over here. That's not how it works. Hi, AllyKat. What's up? Welcome. That's what it's supposed to be about, El Sunray. That's that. It's an illusion. The calendar is an illusion. Time is an illusion. And when more people come into that embodiment and awareness that you're living in a moment, that every one of your other selves is simultaneously, that's how I can collapse a wave function. I can choose out a superposition, a life I'm concurrently, meaning simultaneously. It's my higher self is up there living itself, doing me up there in another timeline, doing something else, or probably doing this with 100K more subscribers, not needing to have another job because it's supplementing everything that I need. My artwork is selling. In that reality that my higher self is living in, I have every creature comfort that I could ever want. That is not bound by a date, time, or calendar. It's concurrently happening right now. All I got to do is anchor my frequency into the earth and into the ether and bring it to me. And how do you do that? It's your broadcasting system. What are you broadcasting? What are you feeling? It is going and doing the shadow work. You got to unclog your subconscious and unconscious. You got to unclog it. You got to do the trauma work. You got to release the old story. You got to release the trauma. Your nervous system is the key component to all of this. It's somatic. Just like how some illnesses come up within you. You're stressed out, you're going to have a cold. Your hormones are going to be off balance. You're going to have a little gut. You have high blood pressure, whatever it is that goes on with the human biological system. Your nervous system is a key component to all of that. The test from the universe and the echoes of the past is testing you to see if you're ready. It's going to present shit to you that is not pretty. I have a hole in my damn driveway right now and a car that needs a new alternator, but I'm calm. I'm not freaking out about any of it. Old self would freak the F out and like knock on doors and be vicious. Not vicious. Like I said last year. You see what I did there? Ask yourself, how have you changed? How has your responses changed in the last 5 years? Don't give it the year. Look at the succession of time that has passed. How has your reactions changed? And they're always going to be recalibrating and fine-tuning itself. But if you look back 5 years ago, how much growth have you shown yourself in change of how you think? From the Kabbalion, third dimensional, you have your pendulum and you get to control where and how far it swings on either end. Unique contrast. I have my heater on. No, you stop. It's on the Moville. Why I'm coughing. My feeties are cold. See, my AllyKat is because my name is Allison and my last name is Katz. That's why it's my nickname. because it's literally shorthand for everything. Here's the Schumann residence. Hello. That's probably why I didn't sleep last night. Hi. Hello. Darkness, my old friend. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Sleep is evading you again. Frequencies are a 7.43. And we did have a timeline shift. And I'm not even saying it's a shift anymore. I honestly think it's a dilation of time, meaning time stops and it recalibrates itself. Now that I'm having a better understanding of quantum stuff, um, the bottom also, like down here, the green has elevated itself. So I think we're stabilizing more density on Earth. So your downloads are from upstairs and your uploads are from Earth. And I think we're getting more grounded and uploaded from Gaia right now than we are getting. Yes, there's an M class, whatever flare happening, I think today from the sun. What sun? I don't know. The simulated one, the one in the imaginative sky, the one that we all manifest, bring into this collapsing realm. I don't know. Here's the thing, Charlene. Here's the thing. We have happy little trees in Saint Germain at the Violet Flame coming in on our E field. The electric field is kind of like blah today. I mean, we have little spicadoodles. Here's the thing. Once I hit divine neutrality, that's when my whole life changed. Divine neutrality is not necessarily seeing non-dualism, not seeing it's seeing the on good and evil, knowing that all has a purpose of serving a purpose. You might not like the reason why Source chose to play out certain experiences of extremes, death, murder, destruction, war. It chooses to do that for experience purposes, and people sign up for those contracts. Now, why am I judging those people for the contracts that they chose? I chose to be a multidimensional channel that was holding a freaking Stargate, that I would be adopted and born into one and then adopted into another to hold a gate, and whatever was coming out of it, hold them back. Did I know that growing up? I had no effing chance of knowing why I was seeing demonics, aliens, angels. No freaking clue why I was seeing disembodied dead. No idea why I was seeing shit all the time. No idea until I got older, until I found my house coordinates on a map that said it was a Stargate. Then my whole life made sense. All the why questions, my whole life was answered in that one breath. That doesn't happen for everybody. And I'm shocked that it happened for me, but it did. We as a humanity need to realize we signed up for specific roles and each one of us plays a role. When our role and our contract up on Earth is over, we transcend, our energy goes somewhere else. So yesterday in the book, it's like the lower astral. Yeah, there is a lower astral. There is 7 realms, maybe potentially. I think there's an infinity of 4th dimension, but it's overlaying with us right now. And hi, more people are starting to have experiences with spirit. I still have a sleepy dragon right there. I have Grand Central Station going on behind me. I don't tune into it, but I know it's there. There was a spirit ball that came into view. There's a couple of spiritual things that have been happening when I'm just doing my readings. People that pick up on it will mention it. I know Scott does all the time. More people are having these experiences, and it's periphery, and it's not going to happen every day. It's going to happen when you're least expecting it, when you're not even thinking about it, and you're like, did I just see that? Yay! Happy 2-year anniversary, Charlene. And I'm glad. And that's the beautiful part about why I was driven to do this here. Because I knew deep down inside that there was people just like me that couldn't tolerate the hate, the talk, the wanting people in wood chippers and guillotines and hangings and I didn't want to hear that crap anymore. Hi Mel, Happy New Year. I'm done. I was done then, and I stayed along because I had hope that other people could see the things that I wrote in with love and intent that but this is where the spiritual ego will come into play, and I see this all the time with a lot of the people still on my Facebook. But I did the work, Allison. I am love and light. But in the next breath, you're telling someone they should go get hung or put in a wood chipper. Then you didn't do the healing because you're contradicting your frequency. You cannot be love and light and hate. It's all or nothing. That's 4D. Sure. Refine your words as you're recalibrating your system inside of you. Recalibrate how you're thinking. I hate this. That's a very harsh energy to have and hold. I don't, maybe just redefine it as I don't prefer that anymore. It's not on the level of my frequency. That hits softer and it lands easier on the ears, and I hate. Oh, cool, cool. I'd rather hear, I don't prefer that anymore. That doesn't land in my frequency field anymore. To me, that's a softer way of saying like, yeah, I don't prefer that. I dislike it. It's not my taste anymore. There's other ways of saying things that you don't have to be so harsh, and that puts an energetic stop to your manifestation. Manifesting or collapsing the wave function. We are not manifesting. We are bringing it in. I have to, again, fix my own verbiage. It's all about refining. There are people in the spiritual community who are still in 3D thinking. The evil people are coming after us. The evil people have control over us. The evil people made these systems. The evil people, these people, those people, they did this to us. Did they? If it's God's construct and God's will, what purpose? Ask yourself, take yourself out of the equation. What purpose did this serve? Objectively look at it. Get your political biases out of the equation. Get your emotional attachments to people, places, and things, situations out of the equation. If God's will be thy way, then why is it happening? What purpose does it serve? And the issue is there is no right or wrong because everybody feels and expresses reality and it absorbs reality differently. The way I feel love is not the same way that anybody in the chat feels it. There's similarities to how we all feel about the word love, but how we experience it is unique to us. It's how our nervous system takes in the sensory input. Our biochemical electrical field within our body receives the information all differently. Hi, the D. Yes, Earth is it's a school, it is a dojo, and we're all learning to navigate it. And we need to elevate out of 3D thinking. We need to elevate. Oh, thank you. You get some hearts. Thank you so much for your gift, your little super chats. Um, thank you, thank you. The idea that we have contrast to learn from, that God said, let there be. And we all composed his story. His story. We wrote it together, all together now. All together now. We all wrote this. Every detail. And not just that, every timeline. Every one of them on the shadow side and the light side. We wrote all the timelines of experience that we could choose from. There's your free will. There is your free will. You get to choose. It's your choice from the standpoint that you're sitting in frequency to say, well, this is where I'm at. I'm done with the lack survival paradigm. Done. I already learned the lessons up to the point where I can learn them in 3D. I've already outshot myself with 4D catalysts in the 3D world. I'm done. Now I recognize that I need to anchor my lighthouse into the ground all the way down to the source and center of Gaia's heart and frequent that beautiful pulse. You know, at the end of powder, where powder just dissipates when he has his powder moment, he gets struck by lightning and his essence goes out. Okay, so think of yourself as the radio tower. You are the lighthouse, but instead of just light, it's frequency. And you're frequenting that light. It's a broadcasting center. And you're harmonizing your frequency and that rhythm to the universe. And now you're going to go, oh, I'm entangled to that higher self that is living the life that I want. Now I'm going to draw that energy into the lighthouse and anchor it into my ground. It should be. It is our history because we wrote it. We wrote contrast in. We wrote this. There was a period of time in one epoch of experience that we all were in consciously at one point or another that the veil never dropped. We became bored and complacent. The light was like, okay, so I know what to do, and did nothing and sat on the couch and ate their popcorn. The dark was like, this is boring. The light's not playing with us. There's no inference around here. I can't have power over somebody that's complacent and doing nothing but sitting and eating popcorn. I can't take advantage of these things. Boring. So guess what happened? The veil dropped on third dimension because it's self-discovery, it's self-acknowledgement, it's understanding where and how you are source. Once you have leveled up and said, "Hi, I am source. I am the creator, but I'm also co-creating with everybody else." Now the story shifts. The story shifts now because once I know I can tangibly show my new self coming in, emerging with me, and the pings from the universe happening, I can't just idly sit by and eat my popcorn or drink my coffee. I got to do work. I can't just sit idly by. You still need to play by three-dimensional rules. The engagement is action plus motion equals a cause and effect. But you have to think not from a third dimensional mindset. You need to think from a fourth dimensional mindset. You are the creator. You're not manifesting anymore because manifesting means you lack it. Creating it means you already have it. You're bringing it to form. Do you see the power in that dynamic? Light is not just frequency. Light is consciousness. It's energy. It is everything. But you need the darkness to see it. And that's why 4D is so important that we can't skip it. Everybody's like, well, it's a 5D. We're going to go to 5D. Hi, 5D. Hi, 5D. 5D economy. Ah, 5D, 5D. Why are you bypassing 4? You cannot move to 5. You cannot shift. I don't care. Oh, everybody's ascending. Yeah, everybody's shifting energetically. We all are shifting. The ones who are cognizant of what's actually happening internally inside yourself are the ones that are going to be the forefront of showing everybody else how to go about it. You can't just say I'm shifting and I'm ascending because I'm an awakened person. Your state of awakening means absolutely nothing to the quantum field. No offense. It doesn't. What are you resonating out of your heart? Are you walking your authenticity? This is why a lot of spiritual people keep saying you got to walk your authentic life. You got to be true to your morals. You got to be true to yourself. It might be that you're egotistical and narcissistic. That's the experience God wanted to have through you. So do it authentically. It's not to say, oh, hi everybody. Namaste. Oh, that's not my authentic self. I can play that and put a mask on and play that role, but that's not who I am. I'm Aries. I'm a see you next Tuesday. I am in my power and I'm not putting power over anybody else. I'm just manipulating energy to work for my advantage, but not for power over others, but for power for everyone. Yes, but we are, you see, so Gaia is already on 4D. That's what we're seeing resonating in the Schumann resonance. She's stair-stepping higher and higher. She doesn't want to leave us out. That's why the Schumann resonance is really vital to look at because it is showing a lot. I can tell you when I go back to work next week, every time the Schumann spikes in white and the electromagnetic field goes batshit crazy, Batshit crazy Betty with a big yarn stick. Boo, 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 doo, doo, doo. Um, that it's affecting our children. It's affecting us. It affects us energetically. You could feel it. When light spikes happen in a large succession, I go on cleaning sprees. I have an exact a crazy amount of energy that I am harboring in my vehicle of expression. I am working my butt off with those light spikes, not just the little ones, but like the ones that are the big ones. I'm sitting there and I'm doing a lot. And then when the energy kind of chills out, I'm like, okay, done. And for other people, it affects them differently. Other people get extremely exhausted because their body is upgrading. Everybody is doing this on their own individual timeline differently. Differently. Our ascension symptoms are very similar to each other, so we can talk about ascension symptoms. A lot of us get the tuning in the ear, one ear, and you get them throughout the day, and sometimes you're not even aware that you're having them, and you're like, oh, what's going on? Do I have that tetanus? However you say it, the ringing in the ears. But sometimes we wake up and are like, oh, my tummy really bothering me, but I didn't do anything different. What's going on? Our cellular network is upgrading. Your cells, your organs, and everything is connected as well to the field, the quantum field. In Holographic Universe, the book that's up there, right there, it tells you that you could talk to your organs and you can heal yourself. It's about your mindset and growing into a depiction of, oh, it's not my story anymore. I don't see myself limited like that anymore. I know there's a version of me out there that is feeling a fuck ton better. Let's work to get to that state. It's about harnessing the energy and applying it and embodying it. You could say that you're awakening. That's another term for remembering who you are at the crux. You're not going to know every version of you. That is impossible for your brain to conceive such things. But there is multidimensional selves that will present themselves to you when it is your time, when divine orchestration happens. I know about my light body. I only know this because I can see, I could project it. I have semi-control over it. And I have shown proof of this. Um, Corey from The Time Is Now had a procedure, and I shot my light body to her, unaware of what was going on. And I said, my angels are telling me you need stents. Everybody's like, oh, well, there's this and that and this and that. And then a few days later, she gets back to me and saying, you're absolutely right. That's what the doctor said I needed. How would have I known that? Not knowing really what was going on. I just projected over there and boom. That's what I seen. I wouldn't have been able to do that if I was not aware of my light body. Light body. I'm aware of it. It's my angel, my angelic archangel self. You are all angels and demons. All of you are ascended masters. Rishis, Diane Cohans, your source. It's not coming from an egotistical place. It's coming from a place that I know thyself. And when you know yourself multidimensionally, transdimensionally, then you're a step in the energetic game, because you can manipulate energy better and not manipulate it in a negative way. You can harness the power from other selves to know which one you want. There's a self that is out there that is living the high life. That's not the life I want for myself. I know what I want for myself. I have assurance that I know what I want for myself, and that's the self that I'm grabbing and merging with right now. But that doesn't come freely. I got to do the work. What I do every morning, I put my hand on my heart and I broadcast out of my nervous system and my frequency, calm, peace. The world is off my shoulders. I am drawing into my broadcasting system the frequency of the self that has it all. And I'm giving back out in my nervous system, universe, hold me. I see you. Assurance. I give gratitude and thanks for all the universe is giving me in validation that I'm on the right path. Some of us have wrote in our contracts that our path is to be very much uncharted territory, that we got to do things unconventionally. So it doesn't not necessarily work in 3D perfectly yet, because we're not shifted to 4D in finality in its highest octave. We're on the sub octave of 4. We just merged with it. Consciously, we've been there. But physically, we're just merging with the energy of 4D. We've been there. Yes, we are shifting. Now, are we, some of us are cognizant of this. Some people are embodying it like us. I know almost everybody in this chat, whether you are acknowledging it or not, are cognizant and are doing the work to embody it. Getting out of the old program and the echo that it gives into your field is static. When you first decohere from something, you're still very much magnetized and pulled to it because you're still entangled. That's when the witch has the saying, cutting the cord. It's cutting the energy supply to the old timeline. You're cutting your entanglement to it. That doesn't mean that your a fractal of you still lives here. You live in every dimensional space in time, space, lineum, contextual time, space. You're living in it. Read Reconstructing Reality, if you haven't done so already. This book gives you the depiction of what I'm talking about. So you have your masculine in a separate body, your divine complement, and then you have yourself. If for me, I would say I'm the divine feminine, but I'm more in my divine masculine. I'm in survival mode. But either way, in the book, these two merge in and out of each other. They come down separated for experience. They transcend it to fifth density. Now they're on Venus. They go into a dome and they take their consciousness and they are the spirit guide to their third dimensional selves, concurrently playing out every life they lived. And the guide comes back and tells them, choose differently this time. Choose this out of love, not out of fear. That right there is healing the timelines. That's healing your ancestral line. That's you healing yourself. Your higher self is doing this work as well. It's up there and it's doing healing work and it ripples down to you. Then this present body does the work and it ripples down to your other dimensional selves down there. It's a loop and it folds back onto itself. This is the quantum erase, the delayed choice in quantum physics. That's where I left off last in my notes on my presentation last night. You have choices. You come out of things with love or you come out of them in fear base. What do you choose? That's your free will choice. That is your free will choice. We are in a predetermined world, meaning we are predestined. We chose our coming in, we chose our family, we chose our catalyst, we chose the timelines in which we would be grabbing and merging into and out of. We chose it. So we did have a choice. Some of us, like myself, did not have much choice because I've already lived this paradigm and I had more of a free will association back then and all the other concurrent lives that I'm living now. This time around, I volunteered, like many of you. I chose my birth parents. I chose my adoptive parents. I chose a mission. That was to be a guardian of a Stargate, holding a frequency key for that gate. Knowingly unaware what my mission was, because it started as soon as I was born. The abilities that each and every one of us have is vital, because if we Captain Planet together, amazement happens. Again, it's up to you to decide. Captain Planet, he's your hero. And I wish this came out the other day because I just did a quantum AI and metaphysical ponderings. But worth noting. According to quantum mechanics, reality doesn't exist when you are not looking at it. This means that the universe may not exist if there was no one born to observe it. Quantum physics suggests reality isn't fully real until it's observed. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics propose that physical systems do not have definite properties until they are observed. At the quantum level, particles exist as probability waves, not solid objects, and only collapse into a specific state when a measurement occurs. This doesn't mean the universe disappears when no humans are watching, but it does suggest that observation and interaction play a fundamental role in how reality becomes defined. Rather than rejecting reality, these ideas change classical assumptions of a universe that exists completely independent of observers. Quantum theory reveals a cosmos where information, interaction, and existence are deeply intertwined. Reality may not simply be, it may emerge. So think about how I am choosing to observe my reality at this moment in time. I'm choosing to observe a life of abundance because I know it exists, not because I dream it in the near future that it's a potentiality. No, I know it exists because I observe it. That's where the difference is. I'm observing a reality that's arriving in my locality, that there's peace, abundance, prosperity, harmony, love for all. Note my wording. That makes a difference. These two little guys right here, they're the movie projector. Your frequency is the light that comes out of your eyes that projects your world. You could change it at any time, but you have to feel it in your nervous system. You have to connect to the understanding that the old ways of thinking and doing, the laws of attraction, the laws of this and the laws of that, are third dimensional constructs to help us get out of the matrix, but not fully embrace what 40 is. Um, okay, this is on mute. Woo! Skip. If you haven't done so already, this is quantum unfolding. Uh, breakthrough is already in motion. Don't interrupt this. This was profound. Please watch this. And I'm going to read the little thing down here. Your quantum breakthrough is not something you need to achieve. It is a cosmic download already in motion. The anxiety, emotional waves, and strange synchronicities are proof that upgrade is installing. This transmission reveals how to stop your old programming from interrupting the miracle that is already unfolding for you. Yes. So this is a good one. I'm going to see if I can leave that up and post it into the links when this live is done. And I can put it in the chat right now. Hello. This goes back. This episode reminds me of me talking about how we are in a program and we're in a computer simulation kind of thing. World of Warcraft. How we're playing a video game. There's a specific meditation in there. All of them have little bits of meditation. They're not as in depth as Brian Scott's deep dive meditations. It just asks you to do some deep breathing and letting go of the day and tuning your frequency, your body, your nervous system. This one is very much like Alexander Quinn's 12D protection, but it's a little different and I really like it because I did it this morning. So but it's like you're the firewall. You're the computer. You're the one broadcasting code. The code is you, and you are now preventing the thought forms, the energy that does not wave with you. It's a good meditation. It's something that you should listen to the whole thing, but you bubble yourself, and then when things come to your field, it kind of stops in your auric field, in your toroidal field, and then you see it dissolve. It's really cool. Go try it. I have a pressure change in the air. I'm feeling it in my body. Light isn't just bright. It can bend matter using magnetism. In a groundbreaking experiment, scientists demonstrated that light is capable of magnetically twisting matter, reshaping how we understand light, matter interactions. Rather than simply transferring energy or information, light was shown to directly affect magnetic properties inside materials. This breakthrough could lead to major advances in ultra-fast electronics, data storage, and quantum technologies, where light replaces traditional magnetic or electrical controls. Yeah, we're in 4D. We're in 4D. We're there. Hi. Hi, you sexy 4D friends. How are you? The technology that is coming out right now is mind-blowing. And I'm seeing more of these, I like to post a lot of spiritual upliftment in my on my Facebook. So this is the energy from now to the 7th. New doors of abundance. Confusion will be replaced with clarity. When you see the bigger picture, starve the old patterns of or going backwards and approach the moment with new eyes. Many soulmates or soul connections will find each other and come together this year. Those who've been longing for love and have been working on themselves with integrity will receive the blessings of not settling for anything less than they deserve. Believe. It begins with you opening your perception so wide open, that even the challenges you're facing right now turn into the stepping stones for your victory. You have won the moment you start to remember who you are. You are free. Everything that you create it with joy. You are supported. If there seems to be a block right now, it's pushing open a new door of abundance for you. Be proud for not giving up. But what I really want to focus in on these is the wording. It begins with you opening your perception. Starve the old patterns, aka the old stories, the old timelines, the old you. You are not you anymore. The version of yourself that came from another place. Change isn't just external, isn't just in your routine. Oh, today I'm not going to brush my teeth anymore. I'm going to brush it at night. Gross. You should brush them all the time. You don't want to end up with my teeth. And that wasn't really because I didn't brush. That was because of medication. Um, it's not about, oh yeah, today I'm just gonna do something else. Yes, change like that does help. It shifts your energy, it shifts your dynamic in your brain. The real change happens when you choose to react differently to stimulus. When you choose to change your perception, when confronted with a catalyst, something that bothers you, you're human. Things are going to bother you. People are going to irk you. But it's how you react to those things that's where change needs to be different. You got to do it differently. It's how you come and show up to the world every day and doing it differently from your internal compass. Sure, journaling every day, or like we say, new year, new me, I'm going to go to the gym, right? And you make it a routine for however many days, and then the universe tests you with a oops, your car broke down, or oops, like your whole shift changed at work. Now you got to figure it out. And now that you can't go to the gym, you don't want to work out. But maybe the universe is saying, well, you don't need the gym, work out at home. Find time to do it in another way. Instead of like giving up on something, shift and pivot. I shifted and pivoted when I was wanting a timeline where I wanted to be an art teacher, and I was winning a chicken dinner in embodying it, dressing the part, writing the curriculum for it, doing the artwork for it. And all of this stuff that I worked so hard to do did not collapse and become form. My higher self knew better that that's not the path that I needed to take. I needed to pivot my thinking. And then I started doing presentations and going and taking courses on Allison.com, hi me.com, to further my load of understanding. Uh, it's okay that chat's quiet. Chat's always going to be quiet sometimes. And that's okay, because I feel when we, I'll give a good example. um, I want everybody to think about what I'm saying and like embrace and comprehend it. The real work, and I'm only sharing this from my own experience because I'm doing it right now, is changing your nervous system. That doesn't mean a catastrophic bill won't come in the mail. It doesn't mean that the universe isn't going to test me over and over again, that something else is going to go wrong in the house and I'm going to have to figure it out. But it's figuring out from the standpoint, instead of freaking out and panicking, going, okay, how do we approach this? Hey, I still have a pipe that burst since the day I moved in that still needs to be fixed. I'm not worried about it. It's not affecting much. When I get to it, it gets to it. I'm not worried. I'm not concerned. And it's not to say I'm being lazy or lackadaisical about the things that are going wrong in my life. I'm just not putting it out into the field of fear, anxiety, and nervousness. because that is going to shut down the abundant stream and the timeline that I want to achieve. It's going to interrupt it. It's not to ignore your problems. It's not to say put them on the shelf. Something my property tax, it's on the shelf. I can't bleed from a dead horse. I cannot take from what isn't there. So I'm grateful. Exactly, Charlene. I'm grateful for the help that I receive. I'm grateful for the friends that I have acquired that are showing up in my life. I'm grateful for the doors that do open for me. I am extremely thankful for everybody. That's what I could be thankful for, and that's what I can put out into my field. When you're in panic, you're being tested. That's the old timeline. Hey, come back. You know how to feel during these moments. We're going to collapse you and it's going to be great. No. No. Stop now, please. Um, you got to be the master, the coder, the creator of your universe. You have to be in control. And the only way to be in control is to be tested. To know that whenever something is flinged into your direction, you are the master of that reaction. You're human, and there are going to be moments that you falter. But it's recognizing it in the moment that when you do, and you're like, oh man, shit. And come back to the coherence of the destiny frequency that you are wanting, that not that you're wanting, that you are already inhabiting. The attitude of gratitude is very important. It's very important. And it's okay if you have moments that you have negativity happening in your life. It is okay to have negative emotions sometimes. We are human. They are supposed to happen for us. The test is, how are you reacting to it? And are you and here's how you know you're ascending and awakening and remembering and all of that. You're not doing it from a third dimensional standpoint anymore. You are the master of your reality. You're learning how to master your reaction in 4D. It's how to neutralize that negativity. It's how to say, okay, the Kabbalion, the swinging of the pendulum. Your pendulum is always swinging. It's how you choose to perceive where that pendulum stopped. And then let's just say you got into an accident and you broke your arm or whatever. Okay, so what is the universe telling you here? Yes, you're going to go through pain. Yes, you might have to have surgery. Are you going to see it as, oh, the universe needs me to take some time out and do some reflection? Is this asking me, okay, what did I miss in my field? Why did this happen? But do it in an objective, unbiased notion. What's going on politically? Same thing. You can be an observer without being objective and going, oh, it's a movie. And you're not feeding the time loop that it's looping on. It's looping. It's looping. I always drop cards and everything else. Look who we pulled again. We pulled it again. We pulled it again. Pulled it again. Guys, cray cray. I like this and I'm going to share it with you guys before I go into cards. Your soul chose this difficult life. You didn't come here for an easy journey. Hi. You came here to break generational patterns that have haunted your bloodline for centuries. You chose the family that would trigger your deepest wounds because those wounds helped your greatest power. Your soul knows that comfort doesn't create diamonds, pressure does. Every betrayal taught you discernment. Every heartbreak cracked you open to deeper love. Every loss showed you what truly matters. You're not broken. You're breaking through. You're not cursed. You're chosen. The universe doesn't give its toughest battles to its weakest warriors. Your pain was never a punishment. It was preparation for the life you were meant to shine. And going back to Reconstructing Reality with Suzanne Lang, why that's a very important book because it shifts the understanding of why you chose that. I chose a very extremely difficult life. I chose this for myself because through every adversity, for everything that I was ever facing, I somehow managed to navigate out of it. I'm not just breaking my adoption family line, I am breaking two lines of families, my biological and my adopted line. That's a huge undertaking, by the way. Shit ain't easy. January 2nd. The noise has settled and intention is exposed. Today is where many promises dissolve. But this day belongs to those who understand that consistency outweighs excitement. Motivation fades, discipline endures. This is the moment where alignment replaces performance, substance replaces appearance, and depth replaces urgency. Few are watching now. That is precisely why your choices matter. What you commit to today does not require applause, it requires integrity. Real growth unfolds in these quiet moments where you either return to old patterns or step beyond them without announcement. This is where character supersedes enthusiasm. The habits you protect today become the architecture of your year. Discipline is a private agreement with your future self. Small, deliberate decisions accumulate into lasting outcomes. You do not need intensity, you need devotion. Progress is built when excitement fades, but commitment remains. What do you what you do today teaches life how seriously to take you. 444. This one as well. Perspective of the day. Intentions over expectations. Huge. This year, embrace the power of intention. Every action, every decision, every moment can be infused with purpose and meaning. Set clear goals and take deliberate steps toward them. Be mindful of your thoughts and emotions, guiding them towards positivity and growth. Cultivate gratitude for the present moment and all the blessings it holds. Remember that every choice you make shapes your future. So choose wisely with intention. Trust in your ability to create the life you desire, one intentional step at a time. Embrace this year as an opportunity to align your actions with your values and dreams and watch as magic of intention unfolds in your life. But there's a but to this. Frequent it. Put your hands on your heart or your tummy or both. And feel the weight of the earth and the world off of your shoulders. Feel this sense of calm that you are living the life you deserve because you're living it now. That in the now moment, you have all that you need. That you're grateful for everything that you have in your life, even if you are in a cave right now in your hermitum. Breathe. You have your breath. Everything else will come. Everything. But you can't just idly sit by in the same energy and go, oh, yeah, Miss Sarah to Sarah. Oh, that's moldy. Hi, guys. How are you? Stop sitting on the couch and thinking that someone's coming to save you. It's a movie played by actors. So why are we giving our focus to actors? Why are you giving your energy away to a paradigm that's false and illusory? Sure, it does end up in our lives. Mhm. It does show up. It does affect us in certain ways, but how are you reacting to it? Are you giving your energy away to it? Are you feeding its feedback loop? The choice you have is a choice to keep feeding a system that is not and has not been working for epochs. If you look at the patterns and the structures of cycles that has happened in our story, war, famine, manipulation, Power over others is not working, and it hasn't worked. We've seen this epoch after epoch after epoch after decade after millennium. When are we as a humanity going to choose to do it differently? We have already come to the light. We have already seen the wrongs. We understand. You're remembering now. We played this out already. And we played it in the same way every fucking epoch. War, destruction, power over. War, destruction, power over. Have we ever tried coming at it with love, peace, and harmony? Setting up boundaries and saying, God damn it, no more? No more. When are you going to get to your precipice? I'm not talking to anybody in the chat because you guys already reached it and you're on the other side. But there are people that might view me later on in life that see this and now are like, what? Stop watching TV. And if you watch it objectively. Stop absorbing and believing everything that you are hearing, seeing, and most people absorb. It's a program with narratives. Both sides are the same bird, the right wing or the left wing. It's the same effing bird flying. Your truth is yours alone. Own it. But be at a higher frequency to see the expanded view of the truth, not just your limited perception of it. Drives me crazy. And that's only because I want the best for humanity. I want all of us to have what we desire, and not just for our own selves, for everybody. Of course, before we get, I know the cards are right there, and it's like, we want to read them, Allison. What are they? Hang on. It gets better. I had a lot of goodies come up today. The fourth dimension could be everywhere. Quantum theory suggests a fourth dimension exists around us, hidden from our eyes. I love it. Fourth dimension could be everywhere, quietly surrounding us. It's an overlay, but too small for human eyes to detect. No, I don't know if it's small. Quantum physics suggests that space may hold more than three directions, a hidden layer woven into reality itself, influencing how particles, forces, and even light behave at microscopic scales all around us today. Scientists study this idea through experiments with tiny particles and energy fields. Effects of extra dimensions can appear in strange ways, like unexpected patterns in physics or behaviors that defy common intuition. Even if invisible, the fourth dimension may subtly shape our world, giving structure to forces and connections we cannot see but can measure indirectly. Quantum theories also hint that these hidden dimensions might explain mysteries like gravity's weakness compared to other forces, or why the universe expanded in particular ways. They act as a framework where energy and particles move, leaving traces only detectable with advanced instruments and labs designed to probe the tiniest scales of existence, shared by curious scientists today. Think about unseen dimensions as more than theory. It shows reality is deeper than perception. When Even when invisible, these layers may affect the universe's evolution and our everyday lives from atoms to galaxies. Understanding them connects imagination with science, curiosity with evidence, and theory with experiment, reminding us that some truths exist beyond sight, quietly influencing everything around us, waiting to be explored carefully, patiently, and creatively. The fourth dimension invites awe and curiosity. Quantum science reveals hidden layers, invisible yet powerful, shaping matter, energy, and the cosmos. Each step toward understanding expands human perspective and shows the universe holds surprises beyond ordinary experience, encouraging wonder, learning, and exploration of what lies just beyond perception everywhere now. Ah, yes! I love my coffee. Double caffeinated. Woo! I need to wake up. It's an overlay. It's all it is. It's an overlay and it's on top of us, in underneath us. It's all around us. And many of us are in it. We're in both. We haven't bridged 4 to 3 yet. This is the work that we're doing right now. This is collapsing the wave function of 4D collectively. Overlay jingles. Overlay jingles. Overlay jingles. I gotta find all these pages. Have a good night, Charlene. Thank you for joining us. I used to love Saturday cartoons. I used to watch Garfield and Woody Woodpecker, The Smurfs, Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, even though those are not cartoons. Um, in the early 90s, when Nickelodeon and cable came out, Ren and Stimpy, Hatter Toast Man, all those fun things. Mother Trucker, Mother Trucker. Because it's a two one. It's a two. It's a two. Two. I am not a fan of Roman numerals. Sorry, guys. I am looking for what we need. I found it. One of them. I have one more. I found it. I'm trying to save myself first. I gotta put the oxygen mask on first, and then humanity. Cartoons. I mean, if we oh, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Thundercats. Um, I mean, I'm an 80s baby, so cartoons, I like the old school ones. Really never a Mickey Mouse person, never really was into them. Muppet Babies, like the cartoon Inspector Gadget. I grew up with all those goodies. Oldies but goodies. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I love Captain Planet. Did I save the Captain Planet? Um, I don't know if I saved it. Hang on. I gotta move things everywhere. Do I have the Captain Planet? Allison's been working. I promise. I'm trying to clean up my screen. There's a lot going on my computer. A lot. No, I didn't save it. Shit. It's on my YouTube. On my Facebook. I'm like, this appeared. It disappeared. It went bye-bye. Where'd it go? It did. It went bye-bye. Hmm. Sorry, guys. I had to restart everything. Shit crashed. My UB tubies crashed. My chat crashed. This is what happens when I'm trying to look for things. I became a Trekkie later on in my life. I didn't understand it when I was watching it back then. Oh my gosh. You guys are bringing back the past and I love it. in a good way, in such a good way. All right, before I read cards and do all that, um, give me a second. I will be, watch this, guys. Hang on. Hang on. So when I am live and I have to go potty, you guys get AllyKat will be right back. I'll be right back, guys. Look what I made. You guys are bringing me back. Um, Live in Frequency. I have a love-hate relationship. They have like a subscription on YouTube and they like always send me like stuff to like subscribe, but you have to pay. And I'm like, I can't afford that. But really good stuff here. You don't live in a universe, you generate one. Yes, every moment. Your electromagnetic field is organizing quantum particles into your personal reality. Regulated nervous system equals coherent universe. Dysregulated nervous system equals chaotic universe. You're not discovering your world, you're creating it with every breath. The embodied frequency teaches you how to become a conscious creator. Oh, I like that. And it's the truth, at least for me, my perception of truth. Oh, oh, ooh. Spirit is dropping some good shit on on my Facebook right now. What if intuition isn't random, but a glimpse of the future your mind already remembers? What? What if intuition isn't random, but a glimpse of the future mind already remembers? That's mind-boggling. Some scientists believe intuition might be more than instinct. It could be memory reaching forward in time. Research from institutions like HeartMath and Institute of Noetic Sciences shows that the brain and heart sometimes react seconds before random events occur, suggesting our awareness might sense beyond the present moment. In controlled studies, measurable changes in heart rhythm and brain waves appear before unpredictable images or sounds, hinting that consciousness may exist outside linear 3D time. 3D! This connects intriguingly with quantum entanglement, where information links across space and time, raising the possibility that human awareness operates within a vast interconnected field, the quantum field that transcends the physical world. Yes. Ah. Dreams can be multiple things. I got to look into that. I did hear about that book a while ago. I have to find the author. Um, Dreams are interesting. So, yes, Mel, yes, yes, yes. We are the radio station. Think of yourself as a radio station, and you are the transmitter. You're the broadcasting system itself. You are putting out, but also receiving. You are a receiver and you are transmitting. It's both ways. Your higher self is the one that filters in what is it coming into your in stream. What you get downloaded from upstairs and what you get uploaded from downstairs is filtered by your guides, your team, your celestials, your higher forms. Because not all information is information you need at every moment of the breath that you take. It's information your body needs, and it will store the information when you need it. That's why when I get channeled and I'm like, hang on, because I have too many voices going on. Like my higher self is like not filtering properly what I need in the moment because there's too much information coming through. Um, I'm working on them. Too many voices in the kitchen. My higher selves have a lot of ego to dissolve. Yes. Dreams, though, are manyfold. It could be when we're in a vivid state, in the deepest of realms, we are not in our body, we are living another concurrent life. It's a you that's out there and you're living it. You're taking part in its story for a little bit. They're doing the same thing with you. Some dreams are from your unconscious, subconscious brain that you need to cipher through and release. And a lot of those dreams, like nightmares, dream like night terrors, Weird wonky dreams that you're like, what the hell? Where did this come from? Like, I don't know. Those types of dreams are you're releasing. It's your system decohering from those states because those things no longer serve you anymore. Excuse me. Cheesy bread has a lot of garlic. Um, those dreams are for releasing purposes. They're to help you, not to hinder you. There's so many types of dreams. And each time you can remember them, it's usually you not in your body. It's you living another life or having an experience in real time and remembering it. Um, yay. Yay. I gotta share that. I didn't share that. I'm just looking. I get really good goodies. Anybody up in upstate New York? It is snowing. Yes. Yes. El Sunray and Mel, yes. I don't know what was going on with me last night because normally if I can't get my brain to sleep, and I can sleep, I love sleeping. Hi, Walter. I love sleeping. It's my favorite thing. But this yesterday was the first time in a very long time that I could not get to sleep. I did different breathing techniques. I then put on binaural music. I put pure tone hertz music. And I gave it time. It's not like I just, put it on for 5 minutes and like, oh, this isn't working. Like I put it on for a full hour. Nothing. I then started doing protection meditations and all kinds of stuff, and I could not sleep. So I have to ask myself, like, was there something in my field wanting me not to sleep for purposes of I can't go out, I can't dream yet, or I can't fall asleep just yet because I have to align myself with my other self, and timing had to be exact. I don't know. It's just something I ponder because I mean, me waking up at 12 in the afternoon is unheard of. Waking up with Freya, like her little face right here and her paws are on my shoulder was freaking adorable. But I'm like, oh, hi, cat. And I did feed her this morning. I didn't sleep, and then I was just tossing and turning like in my bed, going, okay, maybe this position, maybe that position. And then she just got up and played a little bit, and I fed her. And then I think I clocked out. Yeah, those are not dreams. The archetype card, this self. Look at the little pearl of wisdom in the middle of the heart. The soul, the witness, the watcher. Can I add the observer? The self is the prism that allows the spectrum of our personalities to radiate. It does not judge, prohibit, suppress, or oppress any of the parts, as it lovingly knows that all aspects have a time and a place, and lends us to experience the full breadth of life's offerings. The self is a central abiding container, the awareness of the infinite universe of possibilities. When this card appears, it's a call to step back into witness consciousness. Be the observer. To observe yourself navigating the world. Ask yourself, am I the stew or am I the chef? In most situations, our ego draws us into the cauldron where we swirl, spin, and smolder in chaos. Yet the self is a graceful culinary dancer, watching, waiting, observing as the spectrum of ingredients becomes the flavor of our life. Look into the mirror for look in the mirror for 30 seconds or more. Attempt to see that you behind the you. Witnessing, accepting new aspects of self. It's no surprise that two central mantras in the yoga tradition concern themselves with the self. Experiment with Soham, I am that, Ham, and Sat Nam, true identity. If this card is perplexing for you, you are on the right track. It challenges us to expand our sense of identity beyond the little self, and the ego resists much movement. Why you do the shadow work and you have your ego deaths, plural. And like I said, you are going to need your ego. That is keeping you alive in this construct. It's how to refine and recalibrate your ego to use it for your higher self. I said this ages ago. It feels like a year ago, but a little further than that. Your ego is merging with the higher self. One giant leap for ego kind. Your higher self that you observe, that you want to be, that is merging with you right now. The battle that's happening within you and all of us is your higher self has to relinquish its power to be overtaken by the higher self. It doesn't go away, it's refined. So you could survive in 4D. Because 4D's construct is different from 3D construct. We're redefining how we view the world. We're restructuring our phraseology, our verbiage. We are not in lack and limitation anymore. So therefore, we have to stop coming from that standpoint. We're not manifesting anymore. We're co-creating. We are the creators. We are the receivers. We are the broadcast tower. We are the lighthouse, the water, the light, and the frequency. Ivy, I read your messages. You need to you need to merge with that higher self, girl. Ivy got a lot going on. I haven't yet to respond. Whew. So you have to define yourself in different terms. The gem, the diamond, the gold, the inner treasure. There are infinite names for the gem. It is also known as the jewel, the star, the talent, the gift, the gold. One thing's for certain is that it is found deep within a substance that is very much unlike it. For example, a diamond in the rough. The gem always stands in contrast to its surroundings. You cannot find it when you are among comforts and pleasantries. Precious stones develop slowly deep in the earth, amid pressure and darkness. Discovering the gem requires a descent beneath the surface, where there is no definite map. Yet the longing to touch the true gem within us is so strong that we cannot help but seek out its radiance. Your gem, like your destiny, is unlike any other in the entire world. Keep digging. Unique, shining, generative, irreplaceable. The moments of your life that glimmer are clues to where the gem resides. Don't covet the sparkling diamond of another. The gem is like a fingerprint, never to be repeated again. Find yours. For many of us, we are trekking down roads less traveled that we are having to pay for our own selves. And it's not to be done in a third dimensional construct. Thanatos, Death. It is tempting to oversimplify death and sum it up as transformation. But the true archetypal resonance of Thanatos cannot be easily assimilated or contained. Death is ongoing and omnipresent, an external response to the gift of birth. Witnessing the end of another being, creature, phase, or stage has deep consequences for the psyche. We are forever changed by Thanatos as it sweeps us under its wings, making us relinquish control in every form. It leaves a mark of ash upon your heart, signifying we have touched the cusp of the underworld and will return to the land of the living eventually, with more compassion and wisdom to share. This capacity is needed in our world. One who has faced the annihilation of Thanatos can face anything. When this card appears, it signifies an initiation into the underworld. Grieving, mourning, bearing witness to all that is. Chicken! Buck buck! Chicken. Chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck. Chicken! Thank you, Scott. Chicken! What's dying? Think about it. What are you grieving right now? Bye, old self. Bye-bye. Swing low, swing chariot. It's okay to grieve the old life. It's okay to say adios arrivederci, we love you, but you're not serving me. The death state that we're in can be painful. It's not comfortable. 8 years ago, when my mom died, I had to learn how to relive. I had to learn how to relive my life. I had to learn how to live on my own. Not that I didn't know how to, it's being in those cycles. Being in those, yes, I love Addams Family. That version at least. We are in transition right now. We're in transition right now. As much as you know that you have everything on the other side, that you're already living it and that you're broadcasting it, and that's what you want, that still doesn't take away the release of your old self. Your old self has gotten you up to this point. It's helped you survive. It's not to say your ego was bad. It helped you get to this point. It got you here alive, well, breathing. And those aspects of the good times that you had in your old self, your old paradigm, you could be thankful for those and happy that you have gone through those experiences because they got you out of whatever you're going through. Toodles, Miss Ivy. Death is a state. How you choose to experience it is up to you. How do you choose today? How is that gem formed? How's that pearl formed under pressure? If you didn't go through life's crap, you wouldn't be the unique gem that you are today. And 1,000 deaths that we've all had to face, you wouldn't have been shaped into the unique gem that you are. People that have it easy don't have a definite, defined gem. That's not to say that they aren't shining in their own way. Those of us who's been through the difficulties of life have a more unique and rare gem for us to shine. And it's okay to grieve that old life, the old way, the old being. We keep getting this card. Kairos, mystic time, synchronicity. We all have had the experience of timelessness, of life beyond the ticking of the clock. It may be felt as time standing still, slow motion, or losing track of time on a walk or in a lovely conversation. This is known as mystic time, and it is the territory of Kairos. This card suggests there is secondary time continuum that goes beyond any earthly clocks and schedules. Within this nonlinear realm, we access divine timing. A single moment ripens with auspiciousness, and our actions change the trajectory of our whole life. Time becomes a living thing that watches over us and tells us precisely when to speak or act. When this card appears, it is all about patience and precision. No clock can guide you. Wait for the rush of inner knowing and not a moment longer. Alignment, ease, indecision, and action. What a spiritual person would call divine orchestration. The tangible evidence I can give you that the universe is giving me little pings, that what I'm pulling in superposition in the entanglement of my higher self, collapsing it here in a reality, in this branching of reality my body is sitting in. Number one, my YouTube channel. I'm at 2,307 something. I don't know. I haven't checked. This keeps going up in leaps and bounds. by leaps and bounds. I don't know what this is. Why 22 views on Little Thor? I guess he's not loved. I'm joking. Baby P, 1,000 kind of views, right? Freya playing, 9.3 views. That's a lot, by the way. 4.4. And you come all the way here, 12K. That's a lot. That's a lot. Last Friday Night Live, I had 338 views. That's the highest view count that I had for a live. Usually, look, you can see at 121 for Craft and Sip, 71 from my mom and me, 115, 66, 141. Like they're all within hundreds, but the ping from the universe was 300 and what? That's what I call a ping from the universe. They're not every day, and they're little small little winks. Like, oh. And then I get to say, I want more of that, please. More of that, please. That's a ping. I'm at 2,376. And in the last 28 days, I have over 103 new subscribers. Plus, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's just showing you little pings from the universe. The people at my job surprising me with gift card and cash. Not expecting it. Didn't even know it was in the works. And now I can get an alternator. I just have to find somebody to put it in. Or help me navigate putting it in. Ping! All the beautiful souls who helped with Little Thor and Freya, food and litter. Ping! That stuff are pings. Little pings here and there. That's how the universe talks to you, through synchronicities. Your higher self is the one sending you the numbers. Nothing is not outside of yourself. You are the angel. You are the higher self. You are. You are. Art and painting competition. Do I have to have an entry fee? So Allison put Freya in one of those pet competitions, America's Favorite Pet, and she like advanced. Um and then there's ones that you vote on. And then you pay for votes. No, I'm not into that. But I'm trying to see, this is how the universe responds. If I need money, I have to put myself in the position to earn it and win it. Chicken dinner. Something just came across my feed about painting competition and drawing. Flamingo? Lighthouse paintings? I think so. If I don't have to put a fee to it, yes. Learn more. Oh, I gotta get on this. There's a fee. Ah, no, 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 no. Okay, there's no talking. Sorry. Quantum immortality is a hypothetical consequence of the many worlds interpretation, suggesting that consciousness always continues, they have it twice, and branches where the observer survives, lending to subjective immortality from the observer's perspective, though untestable and controversial. That's what Bashar says, actually. Bashar has been noted to say in some of his speakings, lectures, channelings, that if your human vessel here dies, you could pick up right from where you left off, but in a parallel cell. Feasible. Yes. Sorry, I was shuffling. There's a lot of cards in this deck. A tidy house, clarity and organization. I've been doing this. I don't even need to read the book because the next card is even better. It's still a little messy, but there was a lot of stuff that was sitting behind this desk that I got rid of. Not necessarily, I just have to put it in better spots. But I've been slowly reorganizing everything in my house, slowly. Um, Packing away clothes that no longer fit me, but may serve another. This is the problem. I lose either a ton of weight or I gain weight. And I outgrow or undergrow a lot of clothes. So I have clothes in all sizes. So when I shift my weight, and it does happen dramatically, I have clothes to wear. So I've been going through everything that doesn't fit me in the now moment and been putting them in bags so I can store them away. Everything. I've been like going through stuff down here and reorganizing it and reformatting. Organize your space. Like my desk needs to be tackled very soon, but I'm tackling slowly. It gets very overwhelming because I like working in chaos, ordered chaos, but it helps shift your energy and getting things that you don't need out of your way so they're not inhibiting you. Detox, repairing the body, mind, and spirit. Self-care. What are you doing for yourself lately? Are you sleeping in like I have? What are you doing to help yourself? Detox. Clean your house. Tidy up your space. And don't do it right away in terms of don't rush. Do it when you feel pulled to do it. Like I feel pulled to do a lot of things, but then I get distracted or my body starts hurting. So I set to tackle a room. Um, besides cleaning things, like I just reorganized my candles because I made some candles. Um, and I reorganized underneath where I have them stored. This I will read. Hang on, guys. I have to sneeze. Give me 2 seconds. I know you can see the little window of me with the tissue. Um, so you know I'm not lying. Deep diver. Embracing risk, diving into a task, new discoveries. It's easy to play in the shallows where the waters are clear and you can see all the glitters by your feet. Anyone can venture here. There's little risk, nothing to discover, no dark secrets, nothing that you can't already perceive. The treasure has long been picked away, replaced by a gentle certainty. In the shallow river is safety and no surprises. Ah, But that's not who's calling you now. The deep diver invites you to take the plunge with him. You can't see the bottom, but you must swim into the dark depths to find the mystery that eludes you now. How he knows where the pearls lie underneath the ancient sands. You are called to look beyond the surface of things for your answers. Let your intuition propel you into the water, allowing your memories to swirl around you and your emotions to well up as you face the unknown. Your curiosity will be your greatest guide. You'll surely discover something wondrous to bring back to everyone who is waiting in by the shore. But only you will truly know the value of your discovery. Are you willing to do the work? Dive in, make the commitment to see it through, and you'll be amazed. Are you willing to do the work on yourself? The shadow work? Are you willing to dive down? It's up to you. All up to you. You might save that. String theory. Oh, I gotta pull my moon cards. There's a full moon tomorrow, guys. Soul loss, shadow work. Many cultures throughout the beginning of time all over the world believe in the idea that you can lose your soul. When you go through extreme trauma, your spirit will leave the body to protect itself, leaving you to running on autopilot and feel very detached as well as lost without hope. This can also lead to depression, feeling fatigued and easily subdued by the ego. Another term for this is shadow work. This is the act of searching for the light in the darkness, making sense of these old wounds, your triggers, behavior, and transforming into a balanced and spiritually evolved being that is able to harness all their inner power. This is when your soul comes back home. Doing some good shuffling here. Boundaries. Love having sign language skills. I'm gonna start blocking people. I try to be nice. Right. Boundaries. I pray for some souls. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. Echoes of a past timeline. I am not concurrently living. I see you, universe. You're testing me. Dear men, hi, all of you. No, not the ones on this channel because you guys know better. To those that who think that I sell my body on channels, I would not be complaining. I wouldn't be complaining because I know I trust me. I have integrity for myself, unfortunately. Fortunately, I have boundaries. My body is a sacred temple and it does not need to be shared with everybody. That being said, that's what I was contending with just now. See, I know where this card is. This is Min Tonkin. Longing for home, whoa. The original lightworkers, belonging. Mintonkins are a soul group who originated on a planet in the constellation Orion. They were the first star beings to travel to Earth and believed to be the original lightworkers. The Mintonkins' home planet is thought to have been a water world with water so pure that you could see it through miles. For this reason, Mintonkins feel most at peace at home when in and around crystal clear water. They're here to teach us to see the potential in everything and the light in all beings. Many Mintonkins have an odd longing for home and struggle with feeling like they don't belong. It is thought that this is due to their home planet no longer being in existence. If you pull this card, it could mean that you are a Mintonkin or are longing for a sense of belonging, and root chakra healing is necessary for you to feel secure and safe. Perhaps you feel this longing to home without knowing where that is. Perhaps you've been moving around a lot and yearn for a place on earth to call your own. If so, you are being called to connect with Mother Earth and create it for yourself now. To choose where you feel most at home and create it, rather than waiting for the feeling of belonging to come. This is your home. Hi, home. This kitty patootie right here, that's my home. Your body, your vehicle is your home. Boundaries. Where do you need to establish better boundaries? You're being called to create clearer boundaries in your life. This could be with your friends, family, or work. Saying yes when you really mean no leads to resentment, which is the biggest energy drain ever. At first, it might only be a little bit and not feel like a big deal. But before you know it, Your energy field becomes porous and you are left feeling depleted, resentful, and taken advantage of. Saying no and having clear boundaries is actually a spiritual act. The most giving, loving, compassionate people are those with the clearest boundaries. But when they say yes, they are able to give unconditionally. When your boundaries are clear, others know where they stand and you are able to give freely. If you are not clear where your boundaries lie, this causes confusion, resentment, and energetic cords to be planted. If you're saying yes when you really mean no, you are likely needing something yourself. Ask yourself, what part of me needs something from them? It could be a need for approval, a fear of being seen a certain way, or a fear of loss. The best way to gauge your boundaries is to check in with your belly. Your belly is a second brain. It has an intelligence known as your gut feelings. Tune into this space when deciding what is okay for you. How does it feel? What is trying to communicate with you? Yes. People who cross my boundaries get deleted. Bye. Bye, Felicia. I mean, there are people out there that have no filters and are just speaking freely. Should they? If you're in Pennsylvania, I'm sorry. Um, as I'm traversing the feed that I'm watching here, holy junk, the snow. Yips. Take a break. A life's work, not a season. Get off the treadmill. It's okay to take a break and enjoy our creations. To take a moment from your busy schedule to get off the treadmill of life, to appreciate and acknowledge all that you have created, achieved, released, or experienced before rushing on to the next thing. To be in the moment and enjoy where you are. Take a breath and regather your mind, body, and spirit to recalibrate, appreciate, and celebrate, to decide on what you really want to experience next. If you take a moment, you are not going to miss out. Perhaps you have just completed a big project, manifested something significant in your life, released an old way of being, or just being burning the candle at both ends. Now is the time to take some time out before rushing on to the next thing. You did it. Enjoy yourself and recalibrate. Go on vacation, book a massage, take long walks in nature, go away for a rejuvenating weekend to recharge and replenish. Me sleeping in. That's where it's at. Sleeping. Sleeping in. Jesus. Yeshua. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Happy New Year. Happy recalibrating your system of broadcasting to an ether near you, to a timeline of desire. Orion might be something some of you might be a part of, and that's not a negative paradigm. Hi, Terry. Welcome. How are you? Lovely soul. Thank you for finding me. I'm pulling oracle cards, by the way. Earlier we talked about like quantum fun. I'm strong like bull. Who's thinking about me? My nose is itchy. Like what? Tell me about it. Oracle cards or quantum fun? Oh, sorry. I hate when that happens. Quantum immortality is a hypothetical consequence of the many worlds interpretation, suggesting that consciousness always continues in branches where the observer survives, leading to subjective immortality from the observer's perspective, though untestable and controversial. Look at all the cells that you are, and you get to choose which one. I hate when it comes with music, though. See all the fun stuff. Oh, before I go into our beautiful cards here. Hi, Stephen. Welcome. Okay, good question. Let's get to the 13 sign. I don't do 13 signs because that's not the reality I am broadcasting from. You create your reality. My reality is a bit different from yours because your thoughts create things. Your subconscious creates everything, like this is a creation, right? We are broadcasting frequency. Your heart is an electromagnetic field. That's how people see auras. And when you walk into a room, or like, let's just say you're at a party at grandma's house, and like someone brings a significant other, a new person into the scene, and you're already thrown off by their vibe, just how they walk in. You're like, "Ugh," right? You're using your intuition. You're picking up the field of energy that person is emitting, right? The way I perceive reality and interpret and feel it is not the same that anybody else does. It's a personal experience. Um, so when it comes to the reality in which I am locally inhibiting, I don't carry in those third dimensional zodiac signs like a lot of people the other day were saying, like, oh, Happy New Year, it's April Fool's Day. Okay, but that's not determining my frequency and in the state of where I'm living in right now and experiencing. Like that doesn't, that those things are immutable. They don't matter to me. Um, so I don't do the 13 thing, and I'm an Aries. I'm an Aries. I'm a rising Virgo and I am a Gemini moon. Like I am my signs. If you shift me somewhere else, I am not going to fit that mold. And energetically, I know what I am. Um, okay. I mean, it's how you use the card. So for me, earlier I tapped into the archetype cards. There, I have a whole ton of them. In channel members, the people that are channel members, I do an hour plus reading every weekend, and I use like a whole plethora of cards. Here's how I use them. I'm a channel. I channel from upstairs, my higher self, the angelics, the archangels, the celestials, the elementals, the ascendeds, all of that, right? I don't give them names. I only know two. I don't need to label them, they're me. Your infinite, beautiful soul. My energy field is out of my hands. I'll take a deck of cards. I will use my intention to say, what does what does the collective need? I will shuffle. Everybody's different. This is just how I attune to my cards. I will place my hand on top of the cards, and usually with my middle finger or my index finger, I will pull a vibration off the cards. And then whatever is pull, I read. And normally everything is really spot on. Because earlier we got the self, because a lot of us right now, I love that you think differently. That's amazing. Yes. We got the self. There's the pearl of wisdom in here. That's your heart emanating. What's happening right now in what I'm trying to do on my channel is connect spirituality and quantum physics because they're interlaced. They're woven together. It's trying to live in a 4D paradigm, not in a third. Third dimension is limitation and separation. And a lot of spiritual people are still living in that paradigm, even though their consciousness is raised. They're still looking at third dimensional concepts. I'm trying to help navigate people to 4D. You can't go to 5, you can't bypass 4. And right now, a lot of us are in this primordial soup. The old life, the old ways of doing things are dissolved, and we're in this in between because the new life hasn't formulated yet. It hasn't collapsed into the wave function, meaning it hasn't manifested. We're working on it. So what's happening is the work that this is how I use my oracle cards is to help you navigate the things that you need to work on within self to get to the state of your higher self and merging it in. So we had the self, we had the gem. If you didn't go through the pain and the suffering and all the shit that you had to traverse in this life, you wouldn't be this luminous being. And a lot of us are in this death state because the old self died, but the new self hasn't been birthed out yet. So we're saying goodbye to the old self, the old ways right now. It's echoing in the continuum. And then this card pops up almost every week. And this is telling us that time is an illusion and shit's coming in. I love seeking, and I like that you're thinking different. And that's the beautiful part. We all think on different wavelengths. There's broad, we all are a tuning station. We are the receiver and the broadcasting. If you think of it as a radio station, you were tuning into what everybody else is listening to at one point. All of us were in the program. And then one day you were like, I want to find something better. Like it's outplaying me. I don't, and you anchored in your light and you're like, okay, let's go find a new station to tune into. And you chose to go, oh, I want that one. And then you work your antenna so there's no more static to get a clear signal. And now you're jamming. You're having fun. But everybody over there is jamming to something else. And this is the state that we're in. We're like, but I like this one. And no, I would never dance like that in I used to professionally dance, no way. We outgrew the 70s. And now we're tuning into something higher. And this is the state a lot of us are in. We're watching the old world collapse, but also everybody engaging with it. And a lot of us have already outgrown that paradigm. And we have a yearning, the echo from the past. It's like, come back. And we're at war right now with our own selves. Like, we're not trying to be pulled this way. We want to go up. We want to ascend. We want to stair step. And it's difficult. So that's what really these cards are saying. We need to tune into ourselves. And it's okay to be in the hermit zone right now. A lot of us are. And the card I pulled is Hilarion, Divine Emergence. Be seen, let the world know your gifts. Ah, spirit. We have Raziel, the inner workings. There are hidden truths below the surface. Dig deeper. We have Amethyst. Ooh, sweet amethyst. Metamorphosis. You are in the vortex of deep transformation. Everything I was just saying. Hi, Farley. Surrender to the process that's unfolding. So every day I'm doing the work of collapsing my higher self into this vehicle, this expression of God right now. I'm calling it in. Hi, higher self. Get over here. Scorpion. I'm calling it in. And I'm in a transformation. I'm not birthed out just yet. I'm working on fine tuning and recalibrating my frequency so I am broadcasting clarity, peace, prosperity, abundance for all. Farley, is it snowing by you? I just saw a thing because Upper New York is getting hammered by Thor. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the views on YouTube. I am growing though, slowly. I got 12 people watching. But I think it's slow. We have Orion, manifestation vortex. Focus your energy with unwavering faith to manifest the outcome you require. Let's reword this to say unwavering faith to broadcast and observe the outcome you require. It was snowing by me yesterday. It's crunchy outside. Crunchy. I almost like needed my ice skates in my driveway, putting my trash cans to the curb. I love ice skating, but not with Tim's on. Hi, Maya Rose. Am I doing yes and no questions? I don't know if I have my yes and no deck. What do you mean free? I don't charge anything. I have memberships that if you want like a collective reading, um, I do those. What would you like to ask? Oh no. Eehee. Sorry. As I'm sure you're seeing cleavage. I'm trying to see if I could find my yes and I don't know if I have my yes and no deck down here. Ah, yeah. I got something similar, but let's ask Maya Rose. Let's do a thought experiment. It's going down to 11. By me, I need a new alternator, and because the electric, it's my alternator draining my battery. Um, so I've been starting up my car every day. It's going to be 18 here tonight. My camera is my desktop camera. I have a Mac Studio. I don't have an external camera. I can't afford it. Maya Rose, I'm gonna pull a card for you, but I want you to ask yourself a question. I want you to ask yourself this before I pull. There's a reality that you're living right now where that question is already answered because you're living that life. How bad do you want it? And it's okay to be bi. There's no judgment here. You're a beautiful expression of God, having experience on this planet, in this realm. All right. As much as Doreen Virtue, I think she's the one that like did like I don't know. She did a double switch. Her cards are really good. I'm gonna pull from here too. So here's what I'm gonna say. Currently in this dichotomy, the energy is asking a lot of people to go within and to do some work on themselves. I am included in that. You got to know what you want. And you have to know that you are already living it. What version of you do you want to be? Life. So here's how you should approach it. Whatever you're going through, here's my journey. Hi, Aurora. Here's my journey. Happy New Year. The old self was living in lack, poverty, and not worthy. Not because that was the state of my frequency. That was not my conscious thinking. That was the subconscious programming in my brain. It was broadcasting that, and every time I would get into a relationship, the same patterning would start evolving over and over again. I'm now doing the work on clearing that old self, knowing that I have value and worth, and that I am worthy of everything that I desire. I'm worthy of attention. I'm worthy of love. What are you broadcasting out into your field? You are a magnetic field. You are broadcasting a signal out into the ether, into the quantum field. What are you broadcasting? Ask from a higher perspective. This is what everybody should be doing this by the way. How would your higher self answer your question? Do you like somebody sexually, lustfully? And lustfully doesn't necessarily need to be bad. We use that term in a negativity. Don't. Some people are out just for experience to have fun and to have that experience. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that, right? You met a fox. I'm jealous. Um, I love it. So that's where you need to start broadcasting and really solidifying your signal out. A lot of us are in a shifting period right now, whether you are aware of it or not. There's a huge shift happening. We're going from 3D to 4D, but not everybody's coming. We're doing it individually first. And that ask yourself, is this a twin, a soul, or a karmic? Every one of my last relationships was either karmic or a twin. And there's some ugly aspects to being a twin and being an empath at the same time. The most ugliest aspects of myself came out in my last relationship. Ugly, unrecognizable myself. Did not even realize that shit was lingering in me. But that person needed that mirror for whatever the purpose was. And I don't want to play that role anymore. So I ripped that contract up and disentangled myself. You have to ask yourself the purpose of why. Without feeling, detach the feeling, ask why that soul and you are contracted to be together or not. All right. Right now, the universe is saying not the right time. So maybe do some work on yourself and lift yourself up and feed yourself wholeness. Not that you're not, but in the way that you feel you might be lacking in. Ask for help from others. So there might be somebody that can give you some advice, like you're doing here today. You're asking help, like, how do I navigate the situation? Other people might give you a clarity that you don't have within yourself. And that's a beautiful thing to do, is ask. And let it go. If you really like her, imagine your essence and hers in a ball, commingling in this energy ball, and send it out into the universe with the intention that you would like to be with her, that you want to have a relationship or whatever it is that you want. Put it in the intention ball and let it go. Then don't think about it. If divine orchestration and divine timing is at play, this person is not going to pass you by. They're going to enter your life. It's just in how it's going to enter for the contract that you and her have together. You have a soul contract with this person. Yes. So this is the thing that I always say. If someone truly loves me and is willing to do the work on themselves to broadcast in the same wavelength as myself, they will come back. They will come back in divine orchestration. If they're not meant to be in my path, they're going to walk away and go over there. I can't control other people. I can only control my responses to that, right? We are an infinite ocean. So I pulled also codependency. Addictions are affecting your romantic life. Again, take this if it resonates. If it doesn't, leave it. I'm not here to judge. Reconciliation. Someone from your past is returning to your life. Finances and career. Financial issues are a factor in your love life right now. Potentially. And true love. This is the romance of a lifetime. Let go and let God and let the flow. I say this all the time. If something is meant to be, it's going to be in divine timing. And the universe orchestrates stuff, and we have these expectations that we hold in our heart space, and we're like, oh, but we want that. Oh, but we need this. And it's just egotistical desire. And your ego is very necessary, but at the same time, it hinders you. So just know that. All right, for those of you that are new, I hope you don't have heart conditions. Chicken, buck buck. Chicken, buck buck. Chicken, chicken. Chicken, buck buck. Chicken, buck buck buck. Chicken, buck buck. Chicken. Chicken helps me reset my hi, my camera. These things are going to happen, and you have to know that you're most of us, whether we are aware of it or not, are in this transition point in life right now. And in that transition point, the past is going to come back to test you. Your past, my past, is going to come back to test me. And it's up to me to decide if that energy has transformed or not, if I want it, right? That's like a real thing there. But I say just go with the flow and put your energy and intent, like in your broadcasting system. I spoke about this almost how long have I been on? Hours ago. Um, you got to feel into it. You got to broadcast it, but let it go with no expectations what it's going to look like, how it's going to come. Good example. I did that exact thing I just explained to you, Maya. I put my intentions into the universe. I didn't have specifics. I didn't have a specific person. I just moved here 3 years ago, and I was just 2 years ago. I was like, okay, new life, new me. I want to finally get into a relationship. I've been out of one for 13 years. So I just put a message into the universe that I would like a boyfriend. I let it go. And I wasn't expecting it when it was going to show up. I didn't think about it. I just let it go and go with the flow. Lived my everyday life. And one day I went outside to jump my car, and there was a bunch of guys across the street that worked for the town that was doing whatever on the side of the road. And 25 minutes later, after my car wouldn't jump because the charger wasn't charged enough. I got a ring at my doorbell, and it was my ex-Viking who asked me, "Hey, do you need you need your car jumped?" Sure. And then we got to speaking a little bit, and then we started dating. I didn't have to go anywhere. Right? He rang my doorbell. He rang my doorbell. So it worked. My intention was put out there, and it worked. Like that. Guys, give me I say I don't want to give a second time. Give me a second. I want to just refresh my drink. I will be right back. As you can see me right here. Be right back. Bum, 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 da ba 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 na na ba na na boo doo 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 da na 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 da na na ba na na ba na na. I did not sleep last night. Don't judge. I'm back. Who likes my be right back sign? I made that today. I'm trying to do different, get different results instead of just. I know Scott's probably looking for dragons and for spirit, and I just totally killed that. Sorry, Scott. Yeah, I jingled on the way. I jingled on the way. We have Yeshua, acts of service. When you serve, the universe serves you. We have Bridget, inner fire. Let your passion lead you to your purpose. We have Sapit, cosmic power. Unlimited potential, sacred mission initiation. We have the Lemurians, clairvoyance activated, psychic awareness, sensitivity, trust your intuition. And then we have Uriel, learning experience. Take time to review, study, and hone your knowledge before proceeding further. Hey! Batty, 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 batty. Hang on to your hats, folks. Get ready. 4D members. Spirituality take on block theory. The Copenhagen interpretation. Oh my gosh, retro causality. The delayed choice quantum eraser. Oh my gosh, I'm halfway there. All of this. Crazy, 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 crazy. And I'm getting zapped with more because not everything in the quantum physics world can explain the spirituality things, but like spirituality can actually fix a few of those theories. Maybe. I challenge that. El Sunray. Yay. Yeah. Um, batshit crazy. Yeah, so sorry to 4D members. I've been really, really, really stumped, not stumped, but really, really understanding when I get channeled, like how to like verbalize, like put it into words in a smart way. Um, for instance, spiritual take on delayed choice. In the multiverse, there are infinite versions of you concurrently living what we consider 3D as a future self. The idea is that the future self makes a decision that ripples back to the past or our version of the present conscious self in the branching of reality you are viewing this in. Although in this branching of reality, you aren't aware of the actions you are making in the future self. Quantum states are continuously sending symbols and signs. What we deem angel numbers or seeing times on the clock is our higher self sending us pings that we are on the right track. The same can be said of our current paradigm. You are working, you're doing work on yourself and are sending that ripple of healing to the selves in other densities and dimensions. We deem past self. A good representation of this effect can be seen in Suzanne Ly's book, Reconstructing Reality, where the higher self goes back down into density to aid the self in the lower densities, to choose a direction of love to heal the timeline. We also, in the future, will look at time collapsing on itself, which also holds similar implications. How we choose to ripple different forms of entanglement, canceling out the choices we made in fear, repairing and ending what we all call ancestral curses. That's from me. The Copenhagen interpretation. Superposition equals all the timelines and densities and dimensions of a being fractaled self once at the state of resonance can choose a desired experience timeline, which is all concurrently playing out simultaneously. Wave function collapse. Once a timeline is chosen, the self frequents the resonance of the desired fractal self, observes the state, and through entanglement merges with it at 0 point collapse. The unpredictable probability for the observer is how the merger shows up in the branching reality it's merging into. When the will of intention of expectation is observed, what manifests in physicality isn't what the divine plan is. Spiritual people call this divine orchestration. Allison's brain is working way too overtime. Collective. I'm just reading the work that I do for my channel members. I'm giving them a sneak peek because I've been working hard. Hi here, Lamb. I hope I'm saying that right. I collectively read. My in my channel members, 3D gets an hour plus long with a ton more cards. And I read for the collective of the channel members, but today it's just everybody. What does everybody need? And I'm going to pull from Arnie's cards. Don't you guys worry. That's next. We have Electric Eel Spirit. Bring your ideas to life. Hi, Isaiah. With Isaiah. Pig Spirit. Use your mind wisely. Broadcast your signal clearly. Snake Spirit. Time to heal. We're still shedding our snake skins because it's not Chinese New Year yet. That's in February. Fire Horse. I did not work on Fire Horse, by the way. Fire Horse. But Allison has an idea for the disco ball. I got a crow marker. Kathy. Blessings, Kathy. I got chrome marker. So disco ball is going to disco itself, and Fire Horse is going to get more flame fun. You are the disco ball. Everything that is negatively sent to you is being sent back to sender. I read those already. Wasp Spirit. Sometimes life stings because we're being challenged right now from the echoes of the old self. Come back. Dear Spirit, bring a gentle touch. I know Arnie's not on, but I want to thank Arnie for posting my website on his social medias. I do appreciate that. I also have to get back to Michael's Inn, see if I'm still on for the 6th. I might be doing a podcast with Michael's Inn on his channel. So I might have to reschedule Craft and Sip if that goes on, but I'll let you guys know. And then Arnie, myself, and Jesse Blaze Snyder, D. Snyder's son from Twisted Sister, will be probably doing something within this month on my channel. So get ready for that. There's things coming. I'm excited. I'm working my tushy off. So this is Arnie's Oracle of Tarot with slippery cards. To do it this way. Um, I wasn't fighting for partying. I spent Christmas and New Year's alone, and I was okay with that. My party was hanging out with Baby P and Lil Thor and Frey Cat, Miss Sassy Tail, and working. Oh, I know. I was, and no offense to Jesse, I was not a Twisted Sister fan. But I liked his movie Strangeland. I think that's what it's called. Ooh. Two more. Oh, I mean I have that up for purposes. I'm a sassy person. I do oh geez. Um I so I'm a paraprofessional and I work with children like babies, like 3 to 5 year olds. So I have to get back into not saying naughty words. Because I go back to work, my full-time job, um, on Monday, I think. That's awesome. Oh yeah, you got them. I actually just made, let me go to my Facebook because I put a stat on it. I made so the other day I so someone sent me an Amazon gift card, a friend of mine, and I they're a little bit bigger candles. Geez, I share so much shit. Bananas. Okay, this is one of them. So I found so the container why I don't make as many candles anymore is because the essential oils that I get are sometimes very expensive. And the containers, the glass jars that these are in, that's the one I made. This is forest pine. They're expensive. They're not cheap. So I got them on sale for that I think is a 6 or 8 ounce. I got a 10 ounce. Let me share my screen. So I made Palo Santo frankincense so I combine the two. And then I put gems and sage inside, and it's black salt. I can use pine needles. When I lived in New York, the my backyard was nothing but plagued with pine needles. Not in a good way. Not in the best way possible. And then I also did, let me share this. I did not put these up on the website yet, and you can't really buy anything on my website. You could just view what's on my website. Dancing campfire. So I took uh the campfire man cave concept and I just renamed it to dancing campfire. Um and I make these, even the labels, besides like the homemade with, but like I fill everything in. So I make candles. I draw, I paint everything behind me. I all these pyramids are I make and they're for sale. Interesting. Um oh, Chris, I didn't get to go out because like I'm in Northwest Indiana. It's really cold and because my car is not functioning properly, I don't go out as often, but I took a nice walk for Christmas. I went outside. All right, I have to combine the oracles with the tarot. And somehow these all line up somehow. Maybe. We got really good tarot. Holy crap. I pulled some good damn tarot cards here. Bear with Allison. Bear with me. Um, we have the Seven of Pentacles. This is the Oracle version. Your patience, perseverance, and progress suggest that your hard work is paying off. Take time to enjoy all you have in life. That's awesome. I do epoxy. I like epoxy. And the table, it's expensive to do those tables with the epoxy. I did epoxy flooring too. That's expensive. It's really good though. Like if I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be in this house forever, but if I want to get rid of these floors, I'd put in epoxy flooring. I love epoxy flooring. I did it at my old house. We have the Page of Pentacles. It's a period of learning, growth, and ambition, urging you to focus on your goals and work diligently towards them. Good news is coming. So we can piggyback off of, be patient. You're learning and your progress is going to pay off. So just keep mulling forward. You're funny, Farley. Have you tried rosemary? I like rosemary and sage together. It's unique. It's not, it's weird. We have the Four of Wands. Celebrate all the good in your life, a good home, a loving family. Be grateful for all you have, not dwell on what you don't have. I paired it with the Star. Hope, faith, rejuvenation. We have the Five of Pentacles. I don't like fives. Often you feel alone and isolated from others. In this time, you show your fortitude and make positive changes in your life. I paired that with the magician because the magician is the alchemist. Willpower, desire, creation, and manifestation. So the changes that you need to make to better your life is in the broadcast system of your frequency and your coherence. So cohere to frequent, better frequency, raise your vibrations, and you can alchemize the crap and turn it into gold. We have the Tower. Endings and dramatic change, often an upheaval in destruction and the shattering of all beliefs. It can represent intense challenges making way for something better. So this is where a lot of us are right now, right? We're in the tower moment of life. Things are shifting. We're getting out and we're being thankful for what we have. We're having gratitude for the things and the people that are in our life that show up. And we're progressing in our pursuits. We're working on self to better our circumstances, to better self. Um, and that followed by the Queen of Swords, wisdom, intellect, and discernment. So deep down within you, you know how to navigate at some extent, allowing the universe to give you the flow to overcome your stuff with your wisdom and your intellect. That's funny. We have the Page of Cups. Your childlike energies are soaring. New beginnings and creativity come now. A possible message coming as well from someone thought lost. There's a Page of Cups. And I paired that with the Sun, one of the most desired cards in the deck. Here comes the sun. Joy, success, celebration, positivity. Woo! That looks like the thumbnail but Allison has dark angel wings. So this is from Arnie Layton, our friend of the channel, his decks. I'm going to leave a link in my description where you can go check out his website. He has a ton of cards. I'm going to read a few from him in a sec. I just want to put these back in the right container. Because I have a dragon deck. Unicorns. Unicorns. So I got the unicorn deck out. You can also find this on his website if you like these. Arnie's a friend of our channel. Hopefully he'll be live with us soon. Not today, but in the future. We have miracles. Be ready for anything, wish granted. Hello, Reperception. How are you? We have supportive, a loving heart, healer, and guide. Majestic, a true unicorn, you are magical. I'm sorry for the glaze. Angelic, purity and love, always watching over you. I think Charlene has to make me a unicorn next. We love our flamingo. Because look, it has eyelashes. But I think Charlene needs to make a unicorn. Happy New Year. Imagination. Live your dreams, create your best life. Oneness, understanding, spirit and the human self. So they come in these cute little tins. Now for dragons. Some scientists think that time emerges from quantum entanglement effects alone. Dragons, you're almost done. Spirit coexists with me and says, one more shuffle. I'm trying to find good information on string theory because it's still a theoretical thing and there's a lot of interpretation on it. And mhm. Mhm. Stand up to adversity. Peace and love. Oh, finally showing my art degree on the wall. Love of all things. Heart and soul. Now, if I can have a dragon that looks as sexy as that, sold. Imagination. I'm Daenerys Stormborn. I'm sorry, I like Game of Thrones until the last season because last season's bunk ass shit. Astral Traveler. Bunk. Bunk. I'll repeat it again. Bunk. Oh, we lost our funding and we're just gonna have the worst season ever and good CGI. It's great. Thanks, jerks. High priority to 11, damn straight. This is also from Arnie's decks. This is Angels and Saints. 211 is my number. 211 is my number. Why? I'm a keeper of a Stargate. Once. I lived on a Stargate in Staten Island, New York. The plot number to the house was 211. The lot number of the house was 211. Did not know that until I sold my house. And I always saw 211 everywhere. And my friends drank Still Reserve 211. Those 40s. I see the time all the time as well. Higher self. Gotta love that. I could do that. That's your higher self pinging down to you. I'm working on it. So my friend that just asked a question about your boyfriend. There is a version of you in the quantum field that is already married to this person. What does inside say? What does inside say? There is a lot of pings. My higher self is pinging. I'm arriving at the reality where I am married. I am arriving and observing the reality where I find my husband. I'm arriving at the reality of financial sovereignty. I'm observing the reality where my channel explodes. I'm arriving at the reality. Please use that. I'm arriving at the reality where I'm married. All right. Here's what spirit is bringing to your question, my friend. You or your partner needs to release the energetic cords to the ex. The time has come to clear your energy. So it's not to say that they're attached or thinking, but there's an attachment energetically that they need to release. Let go of control issues. Allow the situation to unfold naturally. Don't force. Don't force. Let it come organically. There is engagement here. Your love life is ascending to a higher level of commitment. You do have engagement. Okay. Remain positive. Communicate clearly. And you are ready. Okay, so that would say to me, do not rush into anything. Don't force it upon. Talk about it if that's where you and your partner are at, and just let things unfold organically, how divine orchestration works. You can't force something that doesn't want to be forced, and if that's the reality you choose to wanting to have, then you can collapse that into the wave function and live it. But you can't force another person to want what you want. Flappy, flappy flap. No, I want batty emojis. Batty. So yeah, I would say yeah, but you both have to come from a healed place and know that you got to let it come organically. I'm 42 years old, and that's something I have let go of the paradigm of wanting. I know in my higher self I'm married. It's just a matter of to whom. We have Padre Pio, healing miracles. Be able to pick yourself up at the lowest of times. Do not quit, but fight. To strive forward is the greatest of all courage and strength. I know. Premenolic, however you pronounce that. Work in planet energy insects. Work with nature. Feel the life around you. Speak to trees, insects, flowers. Be one with all. Maybe that's why Spirit brought that card out for you. Ariel, nature, plants, animals, healing. There's a lot of connection to nature right now. All beginnings and end, thus creating a new beginning. Here is where growth and transformation lie. We have Gerisa, however you pronounce it. Planet and ley line energies. Under the night sky, feel the wind, life's energy all over and absorb them. Feel Gaia's life force and be grateful for her. So in this primordial soup, the bardo that we're in, please go and do some inner work. Go out in nature, take a walk. I know Christmas, I got to put that 12-pound pack on and get my walk on, getting my muscles back and my drawing arm up. So now I'm waking up. It's not okay. It's 9 o'clock. I should be tired. Now I'm waking up. Guys, this is not good. I did not sleep last night. Before I do that, I'm going to check in with the Schumann. We haven't done that in a while. Bro! Bro! Yeah, bro. Spikety spike, spike, spike. Spikety spike, spike, spike. Grounding? The Schumann is doing it again. It's doing it again. Okay, there's the chart. All right. See that right there? That light line? It's light. It's white. It's spiking down, right? Hold on to your hats, because that's not what's showing there. I earth all the time. I got the earthing mat. I have the trees outside. It doesn't. I have to do water. Frequency is at 7.43. I have a grounding mat. I lay on. I have 3 grounding mats, by the way. Electric field is air. Meh. You guys had it first. The time dilation coming in and out on the app. You saw it. I have it recorded. Real life. Real life. One more. I don't know why everything's doing 4 cards today. Well, I live in a state with abundance of corn. There's cornfields everywhere. Soybean and corn farms everywhere. Not necessarily in my locale, but further south. Oceana, take action. You're in touch with your truth in this situation and what you need to trust your gut and lovingly assert yourself. Seraphina, I am the angel of families. A happy change or addition is coming to your family. Indril, you are a light worker. God needs you to shine your divine light and love like an angel upon the earth and all its inhabitants. Send me an angel right now. Send me an angel woo, 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 right now. Like a G6. Hang on. Send me an angel right now. Right now. Happy New Year, everybody. This was my rendition on Chat GPT. My little angel wings and my cosmic fun. We have Teresa. Time out. You've been busy taking care of everyone else's needs, but now it's time to stop and take care of yourself. We have Rosetta. You have a gift for working with young people, and your divine purpose involves helping, teaching, or parenting children. I'm already in there. See my gem business card holders? Hold my cards. Those are for sale too. Listen, it's a state of frequency you are broadcasting. Earlier I showed a YouTube channel, Quantum Unfolding. They did an episode today where you can anchor in your lighthouse, your broadcasting tower from your heart space, and broadcast the calm, peace, and happiness that you are already living out in the paradigm that you could choose to embody. I'm sorry, I'm commingling. I don't know why now little Thor's video is starting to pick up. 27 views. But Baby P got 1.7. I got Baby P all by himself. Little Thor wasn't there and Freya was sleepy. Face your financial fears. When you are honest with yourself about fears of success or failure, they can no longer control you. Be free of hidden fears by exposing them to the light of awareness, and you'll realize that you, in fact, have nothing to fear, and that every successful person has struggled with and released the self-doubt. I'm arriving at the reality of financial sovereignty. Employment change. Your career path is leading you in a higher direction with positive changes to support your dreams, priorities, passions, and life purpose. Trust that these changes will help you release the old and welcome the new. You are being supported each step of the way. Conscious consumer. You have the power to heal and help the world with your decision to buy only products and services that are ethical and environmentally friendly. As a conscious consumer, you choose to invest in fair trade and organic goods. You live simply and you purchase only that which you need. Or just be consciously aware of what you're consuming. Bountiful nature. Spending time in nature, there we go, helps shift you to a higher vibration and reminds you of God's infinite abundance. Go outside, enjoy a walk or hike with your pet, meditate beneath a tree, garden, sit under the stars, or do some other activity to connect with the limitless vastness. There are some European export foods that I would prefer over American made food. Like a cheese stick. Yeah, yeah, I honestly we're not at that point in humanity just yet. I'm collapsing that reality for all of us better for the better that we're not worried about where and what country things come from. Like we're all unity conscious wise are all trying to support each other. And there's a lot of things we need from other countries and other countries need from us. Doesn't matter where you live. Spirit's really being hilarious right now because I got the sassy deck. Also, on my when this live is over and the links is uploaded, I'm a director of impact at the moment. Hi, Sparket. For people. And these are communities that we're trying to branch out into other countries globally, flat earth-wise, whatever you depict your reality. The link for more information is there, or you can find me on social media to do that. But it's community-based fun and worth looking into. I'm an impact director of Virginia. I got to put Fire Horse over there. Sparkat, you have been missing in action. How are you, girl? We miss you over here. So I'm being called to read this before I read sassy cards. Calendars don't create change. Dates don't open portals or wormholes. Time doesn't move forward simply because a number resets. If that were true, everyone would shift together, and you already know that doesn't happen. It has everything to do with where your consciousness has landed from a quantum perspective. Time isn't linear, it's contextual. Reality doesn't unfold because the clock advances, it unfolds because the observer changes like you change. When the observer remains the same, the year changes, but the life repeats. When the observer shifts, the timeline is reorganizing, even if the calendar doesn't move yet. It's a quiet sense that old rhythm no longer fits, even though nothing dramatic has ended on the surface. The urgency you used to feel towards certain goals has softened. The identity you once defended doesn't feel as solid, and the future feels closer than the past, as if it is already leaning toward you. It's a signal that your relationship with time is changing. Most people think they enter a new year. In reality, they carry the same internal frequency forward and call it progress. But timelines don't respond to intention alone, they respond to coherence. And coherence is not something you decide, it's something your system stabilizes into. Physics tells us that a system only shifts states when its internal conditions change. You don't force a phase transition, you meet the conditions for it. Something inside you has crossed the threshold. This is why the language of fresh start doesn't resonate anymore. You're not wiping the slate clean. You're stepping out of a frequency that no longer responds to you. The timeline you've been living in has stopped feeding you information, emotion, and momentum, not because it's failed, because you outgrew its signal. And when a timeline stops responding, the mind panics. It calls it confusion. It calls it lack of direction. It calls it being stuck. But the field reads it differently. The quantum field reads it as a disengagement, decoupling, preparation for reassignment. Spiritually, this is the moment that many traditions describe as the in-between. Not the old world, not the new one, yet a suspension where identity loosens before it reforms. People try to escape this phase by forcing clarity, by forcing plans, forcing movement. But forcing movement inside a shifting timeline only creates drag. The truth is, you're not meant to move forward the way you used to. Neuroscience supports this. More than most people realize, when identity is updating the brain, reduces motivation for old reward loops. The dopamine that once drove you toward familiar goals no longer fires the same way. This isn't depression, it's recalibration. The system is withdrawing energy from pathways that no longer match where you're going. That's why planning feels strange right now. You can still think about the future, but it feels hollow to plan it the old way. You're not starting a new year, you're exiting an old pattern of time. Timelines doesn't respond to hope, they respond to embodiment. The moment your internal state stabilizes into something different, reality reorganizes around it automatically. No effort, no declaration, no ceremony required, just coherence. In 2026, I broadcast safety, abundance, worthiness, creation, coherence, power. I affirm. Like a G6. I had to read that again because it is necessary that we understand it's an internal structure within us. And you are the tuning radio station. You're the responder. You are the energy radiating out. You already live a life that you desire. And because we're in this phase right now where the phoenix rising, the horse on fire, the unicorns and the stuff, we're still transforming inside. The work that I'm doing on myself right now is stabilizing my neurological system, my nervous system. It's not responding anymore to the old system. It's recalibrating itself. All the crap that goes on in my life, the chaos, the problems, I'm reacting to them in a different manner. I'm coming at it with change, with mastery. The problems still will come, but it's how you master your mind and the mental gymnastics that you can navigate the problem with change. When you can feel in the observed state that you already are whole, that you are already living the life that you desire, and what you desire is in superposition, you have a multidimensional self, and each self has its own parallel universe it's living in. And you can take your observation and go, oh, that self is married. That self has the car that I want. That self has the job and the prosperity and the financial stability that I'm looking for. Oh, I'm going to entangle myself to that I desire. And there could be a million things that you desire, but that one life you are already living is over there. And now you have to tangle yourself to it. And now you have to cohere your frequency by feeling it, not the wish fulfilled, not acting as if, because acting in the 3D sense is in lack, limitation, and separation. When you're coming at it from the quantum standpoint, as if you are living it, you already have it, the state of knowingness that yourself is already up there. I saw that spirit. Something just darted across my screen. It's there. And I'm collapsing it into the branching of reality that I'm inhabiting in this vehicle. And that takes time because it has to densify down. It has to orchestrate itself around. And it's also, in part, I'm still in 3D. So I still have to work my way through doing action into motion, having a cause and effect. So I still have to show up, I still have to work, and I still have to push forward. But by doing that and changing my frequency and attuning to the broadcast of the higher self, things will start unfolding and cohering to my field and magnetizing in my field. Acting as if and vision boards and all those things are fanciful and they're great for third dimensional thinking. We are no longer in a third dimensional thinking, we're in 4D. So you have to apply quantum mechanics and physics to that concept. And it's not to say that a vision board won't come true. It's just, are you frequenting the essence, the feeling? When you already are driving the car, would you act in excitement or would you be calm that you are driving the car? You have to envision and feel the feeling that your higher self is experiencing. Okay, so for all of you that are very sensitive to stuff like that, these cards are very sassy and they have some cursies. So look away or tune out or take a break. Hi, Shaman Khan, how are you? Eat your effing vegetables. Eat some shit made by Mother Nature. And by the way, just like an animal, they're sentient too. So give it love and Thanksgiving. Stop texting. Stop stalking. Stop checking on that person. Just effing stop. I'll say after this. Spend your time on someone worth it. Don't waste it on ridiculousness. FYI, I have a lot of trolls that watch my channel, and I know this, and that watch my social media. I know this. Ridiculous. But I hope in they're learning the quantum language and not Russell J. Gould's version of quantum syntax, because that's not how your reality is going to look. You need a big effing hug. I do. Squeeze. I love these cards. You are going through some tough shit. I am. Everyone has their turn. Welcome to yours. Gather your tired ass up and handle it. Yeah, these cards are funny. I like them. I'm handling it. Guess what? I'm going to learn how to put an alternator in my car. Because the masculine Allison is out to play. Because I'm still surviving. But I'm collapsing into the wave function, the observed reality where I'm financially sovereign. I am driving the car of my dreams, and I have a husband that will be helpful and loving. Yes. I would only suspect a plumber would. In all honesty. I don't think I'm going for a marathon, but we're getting there. While I have the energy and the second wind, so I did not sleep last night. The Schumann, the Schumann really wasn't spiking overnight, unless that was a solar flare. Oh, now it shows up. Hi, there it is. We had some white spikes happening earlier. Hi. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna last that long. I want to try to get some normal sleep tonight. Normal, because Monday's gonna come quicker than I want, and I got work to do before I go back to actual work. Like I have to finish that portrait for B Lady. I'm getting there. We're gonna get there. Like I need sleep. Frequencies went up to 7.73. Q factor is finally jumping. I will say this with that time dilation, probably. Thank you. I have dream catchers all over my house. Interestingly enough. I got one, two, three, four, five down here. No, wait, my bedroom. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I have like over 25 dream catchers on every window in this house. Well, Kathy, be glad that you live over there because New York is getting slammed with snow. I got snow yesterday, and now it's an ice skating rink outside. Oh, before I read this, tomorrow is a super moon. I didn't know it was a super moon. That reminds me. No, I have too many cards stacked on cards, stacked on cards, stacked on cards. And they're all slippery and they like to fall everywhere. No fire. Yeah, this I can't. I've tried my damnedest to change the settings to this camera on Zoom and on my desktop. It doesn't work. I'm not techie, but I'm techie enough. First supermoon of the year, opposite Venus and Mars. You may be feeling extra sensitive, emotional, and noticing memories surfacing, particularly from your early childhood right now. The full moon in Cancer on January 3rd stands opposite Venus and Mars to expose specific family patterns where you learn to accept less than you deserve. You suddenly see the years you poured your energy into a cup that remained empty because you valued other people's needs above your own. This sharp realization provides the strength to distance from dynamics that feel harmful or draining to your soul. You are actively building a sanctuary where affection flows back to you instead of leaving you depleted and exhausted. This energy grants you the absolute authority to deny access to anyone who treats your kindness as a weakness or an obligation. You are reclaiming your physical environment to ensure your home is a fortress of safety and comfort. You now feel ready to release the history that hurt you and claim a future where your emotional security comes first and your heart feels truly at home. Yes. Yes. I didn't know Janine was going back live. Is she live? I don't see her live on my is she live on YouTube or Facebook? I would say invest in yourself. Um, it depends on the dynamic of why you've fallen out of contact with your sister. Um, is that worth healing? Um, You see, I'm adopted and I do have brothers and sisters. They're not fully blooded, but they're still brothers and sisters. And I'm the oldest. Not interested. They all live different lifestyles, and I don't agree with their habits of creature comforts. Two of them are felons. They were substance abusers, and I don't judge, but they made choices that God's expressing through them. I honor it, but I don't need them in my frequency. I just don't. Um, if they reach out to me, it's probably because they want something and I have my boundaries up. The cards I pulled earlier is telling you to set your boundaries. You know, it's not to say don't love your siblings or your family, but if they're not in alignment with you, they don't need to be, but if they are not respectful of those things that make you you, detangle and detach. It's not worth it. You got to be authentic to yourself because that's where your field is structured. If they're not on the right frequency, I just had a whole mountain of people stop listening to me and watching me because perception of other people and what they know not, they let everything outside of them dictate to them how to feel for a situation they know not. So I'm just still doing me. If they're not in my frequency bandwidth, that's their loss, not mine. So I'm going to pull some moonology cards because we have a full moon, super moon tomorrow. And for whatever reason, I'm pulling four. Your commitment is being tested, first quarter moon. A time to give rather than take, new moon in Virgo. Conclusions are within reach, full moon eclipse. Meditate and contemplate, new moon in Pisces. Yeah, Scott's flooding was no joke. Even Sparky's. Miss Renee. Dropping cards, dropping cards. Everywhere is a dropping cards. Yeah, and that's you have to determine what timeline do you want to experience your relationship with her in. Um, I always say focus on you. You have to live your life, and the yearning to wanting to reach out is valid. But they might be pings from a timeline that doesn't work for you, and you have to determine what you're broadcasting. Is it a test from the universe? You are broadcasting a signal into the universe, and it's going to signal back to you a test or initiation or whatever you want to call it, label it. If she wants nothing to do with you, or she's just giving you a little passivity, honor it and then move on. I wouldn't force anything. Like I'm not going to force people to watch me or support me if they don't believe in it. I gotta get to that cat cafe soon. I'm gonna get to these, don't worry. You have to go into your broadcasting system and tune tune in. Don't feel embarrassed. And no, please. No, 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 no. Please don't feel embarrassed. And my help is divine helping you. So don't feel embarrassed. No, and it's okay to feel nervous, but know where that state of nervousness is coming from. You are the frequency. You determine your boundaries. You determine your frequency from within. That's why we're all here. If people don't speak and vent out their problems, it doesn't get tackled from different perspectives. You're the active observer experiencing something, and we are the participants in that observation that you're putting out there. I could give you a different perception or a different way of looking at it. And so can everybody else in the chat. That's why I love this community. We have angels in the chat. Um, what I would say to you the next time you are planning on talking to your sister, and this goes for anybody, right? Anybody that makes you nervous, like, oh, you got butterflies in your tummy, or wanting to speak to somebody, calm your nervous system down. So take some deep breaths. I'm coming from a state of calm. I'm observing myself in a state of calm. I feel free and sovereign to express myself authentically. I'm coming from a state of peace. I put that into my field to broadcast. Clear your field before you go back and talk. When you're not so nervous, you have a clarity of wording your words maybe differently or better. You're clearing your intentions and you're not stumbling. When we're nervous, and not everybody, but we tend to be anxious and we misstep our words. So always take that time to recalibrate your nervous system. That's where you're broadcasting. You don't want to broadcast from that place of fear. We have seventh chakra. The energy of the crown chakra supports our feeling of being connected to a higher power and a part of a larger whole. Um, she has to determine what she wants. We can't put our will of intention of forcing anybody to do anything. And don't put expectations to her receptivity, right? If I have a desire that I like somebody, I can't expect them to like me back. I can't expect if I have a crush on a guy that they're going to crush on me back, right? Leave it open and with no expectations, because then you can't get hurt. Detach. You're an immortal soul. And you're multidimensional. There's versions of you that you and your sister are having a great time together. Collapse that into your reality. You can shift. There's a version of me up there that is married and that has the car and the house and everything that I dream of. I'm collapsing that now into my wave function. I'm bringing it into my reality. You want a relationship with your sister and or anybody out there that wants their marriage and they want this and they want that, it's absolutely obtainable. But you have to broadcast a nervous system that's going to get it for you, that's going to work on it with you. The universe is working with you, and that's the quantum field. Yeah, I mean, do what your intuition is telling you to do. Authenticity. The energy of authenticity supports our choice to be genuine and truthful in all aspects of our lives, with others as well as with ourselves. If your heart is saying to you, go for it, then go for it. Don't let me tell you. Sixth chakra. The energy of the third eye supports our inner sight and intuitive abilities. Remember, it's all in here and your gut. When you are aligned, you're not doubting. Joy. The energy of joy activates our feelings of happiness and well-being and supports a high vibrational frequency in our being. Feel joy. Feel peace. Feel happy. Feel. It's all about the feeling, not the imagination or the fantasy. Hi, everybody. There's 16 of you watching. Please don't forget to like, hype, subscribe, share if you feel compelled to my channel. I have a lot of content on here. I have shorts with Little Thor, Baby P, the possum, and Freya, Sassy Tail Cat. I do esoteric book readings. The Curtis books was really funny the other day. It made me laugh so hard. Um, I have my insights on the Law of One. It's not done yet. I'm reading Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine. I have a lot going on in the ethers on this channel. The Corpus Hermeticum, the Kabbalion. There's a lot on my tabs. Go look. The Gospel of Q, Pista Sophia, which is a highly recommend. Dante's Inferno. I do the Hermit's Journey. If anybody is in Hermit Zone right now, I have a lot of uplifting things. Plato's Allegory of the Cave, Manly P. Hall, Frederick Nietzsche, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Beyond Good and Evil. I do a lot of that because I like existential philosophy a lot. Thank you. Hi, Tim. How are you? Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. You get fun emojis. So Chiron. What the hell? Chiron stations direct in Aries today. What? As Chiron moves direct in Aries at 22 degrees, this healing through conscious choice, where you stop negotiating your worth and start relating from wholeness. As clarity returns, relationships are no longer shaped by fear or loss or rejection, but by mutual respect, emotional presence, and the confidence to meet one another as equals. In opposition to Libra, yikes, rational wounds come into focus, not to reopen the past, but to transform it into lived wisdom. What you have learned through experience now becomes knowledge you carry in the body, allowing you to choose love with greater awareness rather than habit or survival. The frequency is coming up in the ethers. This shift strengthens your ability to receive love without guarding and to love without abandoning yourself. As insight turns into embodiment, I have my throat chakra thing on. I don't know why my throat. You begin to recognize what truly aligns with you and what no longer belongs, choosing connections with discernment, honesty, and a deeper sense of self-trust. From this place, love evolves from something you seek into something you constantly allow, grounded in clarity, balance, and inner authority. Libra is balance. So Aries, so if you look at a chart, Aries and Libra are completely opposite. They're opposite. So when it shows up like that in a chart, it's a confliction. So it's about healing. It's all about healing. And this to me is showing me that the dichotomy of our collective with the astrology working for us now is shifting the dynamic of how we are thinking. The old timeline, the old paradigm, the old self is out of survival. It's out of like yearning. This energy is coming in from a known entity, knowing thyself, merging thyself, having your empowerment, not a power over another, but empowering yourself to know how powerful you are as a broadcast system. You're broadcasting your frequency into the field. What are you broadcasting? The calmer your nervous system is, the more that is receptive into your receiver, the more you ground into nature, the more is going to show up into your material world. But you have to rephrase your shit. And Chiron has been in retrograde in Aries forever. Sandlot. I'm trying to see if there's any more about the full moon. Mind you. Listen to the eternal song of your soul. Tune into it and learn to trust it. your ego gets in the way, and your ego is there to help you survive, but your ego also wants you connected to what you're comfortable with, and that's the old self. It doesn't know about the new self. It's keeping you stuck in the past. You need to move forward. I am an Aries as well. I'm an Aries sun, Gemini moon, Virgo rising, and barely any water in my chart. And it's just basically a fuck ton of fire because I have a lot of Sagittarius placements, a lot of air and earth. Yikes. Yeah, you got a lot of water. And water is good. That means you're an emotional being. I'm just a fire with air and earth and with the dualistic nature. Yay, Gemini. The tree of wishes is calling your name. An almost forgotten wish will now come true. Have courage. Awaken the warrior of light within you. Oh, my archangels are screaming. Cross the bridge of happiness. It leads over the depths of your emotions. Sorry for the glare. I mean, here's my theory with doing all the cards because I don't do as many cards on Friday Night Lives, but they need to come out anyway because my channel members get their reading tomorrow. I don't know where my Chiron is. Did I throw? My chart is right there. And I can't see any glasses and I can't afford them at the moment. I'm arriving at the reality where I am financially sovereign to afford to get my teeth fixed and to get my eyes fixed. My Chiron is in Taurus. My Mars is in Taurus. My Jupiter is in Sag. My Saturn is in Scorpio. Fuck me. My Uranus is in Sag. My Neptune is Sag. My Pluto is in Libra. My true node is Gemini. My decant node is in Sag. My Chiron's Taurus. My Lilith is in Aquarius. My Ceres is in Aquarius. My Pallas is in Capricorn. Juno is in Pisces. Vesta is in Aries. My Algo is in Taurus. My Eris is in Aries. Yips! I have a crazy chart. Crazy chart. I mean, I don't do astrology. Too much information that bogs my brain down. I work with the quantum stuff. I'll pull that up. Hang on, Terry. I don't use do you use Real Sky app? I used to have that on my phone, but I another, issue with Allison here is that so here's short end of the key. A few months ago, my entire world collapsed for the third time. Like rock bottom, hit heavy hard on the floor financially. I work a full-time job, but it's seasonal. Like in Indiana, education is considered seasonal. I'm not a teacher, I'm a para. They don't pay well. And I've been looking for better work and not getting any success because I have a divine purpose I have to fold into. My phone is 8 years old and does not hold apps. So I don't use them, especially the ones that suck your energy in. Um, hmm. My dad passed in August of '05. My mom passed in I have two moms, I'm adopted. So one passed June 11th, 2003, and my mom, my adopted mom, she died in 12/23/17. My birth father is still alive. He just turned 64. My phone is hanging on by threads. It has a bubble in the back, so it doesn't have a SIM card. It's still running. I'm happy, and that's it. I cannot afford that. My car broke down. I was walking to work in minus 15 degrees, snow and ice with no sidewalks for a month. Um, I had to ask help from everybody on this channel to help feed the kitty cats and myself and help me with some bills. Um, I'm in complete collapse. My teeth fall out of my face. I need glasses. But I'm alive, and that's a blessing. And I'm going to arrive at the reality where I'm financially sovereign. I'm going to observe the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers and 300 memberships. I'm arriving at the reality that my artwork is going to sell for 6 figures, that I have a six-figured business. I am arriving at the reality that my husband arrives in my life. My dad was 58 when he passed over, and my mom was 71. They were a little older when they adopted me. I'm in Northwest Indiana. I'm right underneath Gary. But I'm originally from Staten Island, New York. Not born, but I was raised. I was born in Albany, Georgia. I'm a peach. That's like the Gary of Georgia, Gary, Indiana of Georgia. Express your truth. What is true for you? See, in the Aries tarot cards, I'm an emperor. I know where India is. I don't know where Crodsville is. I'm in Maryville. I'm closer to Crown Point. That I put that I'm from Crown Point, not Maryville. Peaceful reflection. Spend time reflecting within. Growth and fulfill. Acknowledge the energy that feeds you. Life lessons. Acknowledge and release for renewal. So every situation you wrote your story. We co-created this reality together. And all the struggles and all the economies, the people, places, and things you wrote into your experience. Ah, okay. You wrote your story. You chose your parents. You chose your color of your skin. You chose the country of origin. You chose the language of origin. You chose it all for experience. You chose your religion if you have one. You chose it all. Once you can embody that fact and come to terms with that fact, it doesn't need to be a fact. If that's not in your reality, that's okay. In my reality that I create, that I'm broadcasting, I chose these things. I chose to incarnate at the moment where two parents gave me genetic structure for specific frequency keys. And I got adopted to a family that was to move on to the Stargate where my mission began. I chose it. I know what I am. I know I'm multidimensional. I know the other fractals of self, not in totality, but enough to navigate the next venture. All this stuff is a choice. You chose. That's your free will. Sort of. You're predetermined in many ways. When you can come to terms that you wrote your story and you chose a specific dynamic to experience, whether that be pain or suffering, whether that be joy and being rich, whatever that dynamic is, you chose it because your soul needed to learn some lessons and have soul growth. All the things that I'm going through right now is for soul growth, to know that I can overcome extremes in adversity and obstacles by myself. When my parents died and I lost everything to this in New York, I lost a lot, like a lot. I moved here by myself. I did it by myself. Everything I have done up to this point has been by myself. It comes to show me that I am strong enough and I can stand on my 2 feet and overcome the adversities. My soul's tired though and needs some help. She's tired. Tired. Soul's tired. She's exhausted. She didn't sleep last night. And I wasn't aware where my light buddy was last night. But for those of you who are new to my channel, welcome. I do go live on Tuesdays and on Fridays. Fridays is more of like this. I talk quantum, spiritual. People ask questions in the chat. I try to do my best to answer you. We are a community of angelic souls that are here to help heal the dichotomy of our paradigm. I do artwork. I knew that was going to happen. I do paint and sips. There's Firehorse. I draw. Hyper realistic portraits. I have a website. Go check it out. I have an art degree above there. I did go to college for art. Yeah, but here's the thing, like circumstances and obstacles do happen for us. And sometimes we do have to place ourselves in a vulnerable state. For me, being an Aries, I did not want to admit 3 years ago, 4 years ago now, when I moved, and it's 3 years, When I had to move, I was 97 pounds and wasn't eating because I didn't have money to afford to eat. I was on my death state. I was dying. I was malnourished and I was fading away. And I, at the time, had to put my pride down and ask for help. I didn't really receive it. I did in little bits and pieces, but not in full. And when I moved here, I'm by myself. I moved here. I don't have family anywhere. It can't fall back on anybody. I can't say, well, I failed at life and I'm going to move back with dad. I don't have that option. It's me or the streets. So I don't have family to call on to, hey, I need some financial help. I need some food. I need this. I need that. I don't have any of that. I'm by myself. I'm an island of my own. So people can view that as victimization, or they could view it as vulnerability. Being real and raw about your circumstances isn't really putting yourself into victimhood. Um, Showing up for yourself every day doesn't show that you're a victim. It shows that you're trying to survive. Um, and yeah, there are people that pity party on themselves. I could say I used to do that. But that was also from a place of not feeling worthy because that was a programming in my subconscious being played since I was a little kid. When I was little, everybody around me, because I'm different, I'm a black sheep, used to tell me I'm not worthy, I'm not good enough, I'm never going to make it in this world. My parents even said that. I graduated college. They made me go to college. Made me. And they told me I was stupid and I'm never going to overcome my learning disabilities. I am dyslexic. It's hard for me to see numbers. I can't read numbers either. Everything flips in my eyesight. So it's not easy to navigate this world when you can't see things the proper way. And everybody used to shit on me. You're never good enough. You're stupid. You're dumb. You're this, you're that. And that's been programmed into my subconscious for my whole life. So I had to do a lot of shadow work and a lot of dark night of the soul work to deprogram that broadcasting system. And finally, I tore the old self out of me and said, fuck you. You're not coming back into my dichotomy. Goodbye. I'm done with this reality. I'm not showing up to it no more. And then Spirit drops me more flies. It says, here, go look into the quantum stuff. Here I am. I mean, most people do. And that's why I have this channel. I lost everything in October of 2022, 21, 22, in and around that, 21. Because New York and its communistic dichotomy, I couldn't find work because I didn't take that. I'm allergic, and no one cared, and everybody needed your SS card. It was like living in Nazi Germany for reals, and I couldn't get work. I worked side jobs. I was like dog sitting, dog walking, dog this, and doing what I could and cleaning houses, but it wasn't really making the bills. And at some point, I started selling everything that my parents had worked super hard for. Their legacy was donated for the most part. but I needed to detach from that. That taught me detachment. It taught me those are just things. It's not coming with you when you die. Give it up. I don't have children or a husband to, at the moment, to impart this stuff on. So I had to let a lot of things go. A lot. And selling my house with the Stargate in it was not an easy task either, because that was one of my spiritual missions. I had to detach from that. And then moving here where I really didn't know anybody, and then it took me a year to find a job. And I love what I do. I really do. I love what I do. It just doesn't pay the bills. Indiana does not pay its people very well. But I didn't know that coming here. Everybody's like, "Oh, you could become a teacher really easy. No problem. You should have no problem getting that going down that route." And I've been stopped. They just don't hand licenses out like they did back then. So I mean, I'm at that crux point of what do I do? And my spiritual journey started when I was born and before I was born. The journey to expansion happened in the last 10, it happened when 9/11 happened. I was in the city and I saw 9/11 happen. And then I questioned everything. Spirit, spirit, and then I had friends that have a podcast of their own, very political. I still love them in my heart, but they're over there in that locality. And they told me that this would be a better, it's like an in between of New York's, because I lived in Staten Island. This is very much like everything is here. You're close to Chicago if you need to go to the city, but then there's country life. But where you are, I'm in like a residential area. So there's a lot of things going on. So it's a good in between from city life to suburban, but filled. I'm not ready for country life just yet. I need more people. You can't just be on the farm, yeehaw, by yourself. You need people. Okay, that's just tangled. But I'm very thirsty. So give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go run and get some water, and we're going to finish our cards. But hang on. Hang on, doodles. I will be right back. Hang on, doodles. I will be right back. Do 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 do. Freya, Freya. It's a Freya girl, cute as can be, swinging her axe. Yes, indeed. It's a superhero cat. It's little Freya, being super cute. Yes, indeed. It's little Freya. I'm back. I have little pause screens instead of just leaving. I am trying to find an app that I don't have to pay for to animate like something cute and whimsical for my channel. And I can't find it. I want like a little animation before my videos. Like Freya, when I went upstairs to get some drinks, I got my Skira water and more caffeine. Um, she was at the window. I left some food before I came down here. I left some food out on the deck for baby P and maybe some raccoons. We'll see. I don't hear them. I so I could have moved anywhere when I lived in New York. What really the housing market back when I moved was ridiculous and very high. Everybody was like, move to Florida. Florida was the housing market in Florida at the time was horrific. $100,000 house was a shack that needed to be torn down and rebuilt. Like every property I looked at, horrible. I had a budget and I looked in Tennessee, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Montana, Wyoming. I did look in Ohio, but I don't like the energy in Ohio. And I wanted to be close enough to get back to New York. Because my parents are buried there, and my cousins at the time, or that one passed away recently. Um, I still have one remaining person I speak to in my family, my adoptive family, that lives in the Bronx. And I didn't want to be that far away. So if something were to happen, and something did, and I didn't, it's okay. But my goodness. All right. That's what my birth father does. He renovates and remodels. I need a lot of work on my house. A lot of money that needs to go into this house. Um, I love my house, but I had scabs that hid a lot of shit, and I had it inspected in the whole 9 yards, and I was lied to. I need at least $12,000 worth of piping done outside in my backyard. All the pipes have tree roots, ruts, whatever you want to call them. I had a bullet fly, a stray bullet fly through my house, and I have a cracked window, and no one seems to have the size of glass that I need to replace the window. So right now it's just duct taped and foamed up so that the draft doesn't come in. But I have all my house is all windows. I need at least $40,000 to replace my windows. I don't have that. I can't even pay my property tax at the moment. I'm arriving at the reality of financial sovereignty. I'm not caring. I had a pipe that burst and my ceiling is collapsing. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this house. But if I can remodel it, it will be amazing. I got a lot going on. We have the orphan card. A lot of us feel this way, even if we're not. We're in that primordial soup where a lot of things are leaving our paradigm, but new things haven't arrived yet. Don't worry. Because some of these things are not for you. This feeling is springing up from the things that are no longer serving your reality. This state of being is because these things no longer serve you, not for you. Because the old reality is where this is living. The old self. Old self. Off in the distance over there. Because in your here and now, look at the egg. This here and now is where the milk and honey is. And when you embrace the here and now, your milk and honey arrives. You can exchange your wisdom and your gifts to the world. You can share your gifts. You can impart your wisdom on other people. The old, the new. What are you broadcasting? That's what I'm broadcasting, the new. That was my old. This is my new. I'm not a sponsor by any means, but this is really good water. It's at 8.88 alkaline. And it's true because I tested it. I normally get a lot more full moon because it's tomorrow. And I'm not getting any. Calling the waters, peaceful self-regulation. It's time for you to take an honest look at your daily energy. Are things too hectic for you to maintain a calm approach to your tasks? You may feel you have no control, but you can and must regulate the pace of your everyday activities, always devoting some time to your own peaceful priorities. The waters of life run deep, and there are often deeper personal lessons that you may be aware of. You have the ability to be self-directed, set boundaries, there's that word again, create balance, and stay calm and spirit connected, even in the middle of personal or professional storms. In the face of unending and sometimes frantic demands of life, this card is telling you to stop and trust in the unwavering truth of your soul's universal connection. Your peaceful yet profound faith will calm the swirling waters and bring the blessed resolutions you desire. Affirmation: I have the infinite source of peace and calm within me. I direct my life with balance each day. This is what I'm talking about. Every morning, I wake up and I put my hand on my heart before my day begins. I do a few breaths and I check in with myself, and I am exhibiting the broadcasting system of calm, peace, abundance, prosperity, and harmony. And that's my broadcast. That's what I'm putting into the ether. I hate winter. My skin and everything dries up. Balance. Ask yourself, are you engaging in too much work and not enough fun? Too much taking care of others and too little caring for yourself? What about practical matters? Are you eating healthy and drinking enough water? Are you getting enough muscle movement and peaceful relaxation? All these approaches can easily be abandoned when you get busy or stressed. But those precisely are the times when you need stability and balance the most. Notice the light in the palms of this priestess. Right and left, receptive and active, are energized, extending up to the universal connection. She displays an equal focus on yin and yang energy and calls for you to become more energetically conscious. If you tend to be passive, it's time to stand firm in support of your own higher intentions. Yet, if you tend to be active with little or no reflection or meaning or purpose, now is the moment to look inward and find some balance there. You can achieve balance simply by paying attention to the needs of your daily life. When you make choices that honor your body, spirit, and personal priorities, you create the stability and stamina necessary to see through to fruition of your greatest dreams and desires. Balance. Healing Earth, the power to give and receive healing. You have a powerful energy vibrating within, which can heal yourself and others. In fact, this card is calling you to awaken to the power and bring that loving resonance to the people and issues that need it most. You may have spent past lives working in some type of healing capacity, whether of a formal, mainstream sort, such as a doctor or a nurse, or an energetic spiritual one, such as a shaman or a hands-on healer. If you feel compelled, listen to the call of your soul and let yourself explore the healer's path in these or other arts. There's a much broader message in this card, however, for you are also called to heal the earth itself. We are at a point in our shared karmic journey where we must make choices that honor our environment and bring healing to the land, the seas, and all the inhabitants of our precious planet. Know that you are a force in making this a reality, sending your loving, healing intentions outward will bring blessings to the planet, to you, and to every creature. Damn. I'm shocked I don't see any more Mooney fun. I was hoping for a Freya bomb. She was looking out the window when I went upstairs. My little face. I know. I'm like, this will probably be the last well, maybe not. We'll see. Because usually when I wake up at 5 in the morning, not go to sleep at 5 in the morning, I'm pretty like done after 4 hours. And then tomorrow I'm going to the gong bath. I am making sure I am going to the gong bath. I'm making sure the universe is making it that my car will make it there and back safely. If the weather is okay, I am going to the gong bath tomorrow. That gong bath recapitulates my essence, and I need it. Now these necessary need. The appearance of this rune suggests that someone or something is currently not meeting your needs or is hindering your chances of fulfillment. The rune is associated with the ancient Nordic need fire, a sacred fire that ancient tribes would light during times of hardship, such as poverty, war, disease, or famine. It is possible that you are having a tough time materially or emotionally. You may feel depleted and frustrated and unable to move forward because of these limitations. But it is during times of challenge and hardship that we learn and grow the most. This card is urging you to stay patient and not allow self-pity or bitterness to get the better of you. There may be delays, but the hard times will pass and there is light ahead. Indeed, sometimes challenges and hardships are absolutely the best way to strengthen our resolve and help us focus on what truly matters in our lives. Yes. Yeah, there's a full moon ceremony too that goes along with the gong bath. I can't wait to just go and lay down and let go. Not that I don't already do that, but it's nice to be in a space with other people doing it. These are the last cards for tonight. So channel members, you will have a reading from me tomorrow or Sunday. We'll see what happens. We'll see if I sleep. But I usually pull every weekend for channel members, 3D and 4D. Uh, just kind of like what I did tonight, but more in depth. I have really amazing decks that I use. And 4D, we're almost at home stretch for part 1. There's too much. But I think I have a good starting point. I can show her. Issue, eschew, eschew. Complicated explanations. As you seek the simplicity of the deepest truth of your heart, gently but firmly cast aside that which does not resonate as being true for your heart. Oh, thank you. You rocked him. You get a heart. Come here, Freya. Thank you so much, Tim. Freya. I know you're down here. I just heard you. We might have a Freya bomb. Crossing fingers. Freya's my cat, by the way, for those that don't know my shorts. It's a Freya girl, cute as can be, swinging her sassy tail, yes indeed. She's a superhero cat. It's a super Freya, swinging her axe round and round. She's not being fun. Okay, getting back to their card. Focus upon and speak from a higher spiritual perspective. All prayers are answered at the perfect time and in perfect ways. You have a powerful voice which can foster healing and wisdom on our planet. Bath Cole is an angel known as a divine oracle, the daughter of the divine voice, the pure and the true sound of spirit. When she whispers to your heart, welcome, ARW. It is an inner knowing to a truth. To honor that inner knowing likely requires the confirmation of fear or moving in unexpected directions. Even so, the deep resonance of her truth is most powerful than the resistance we may initially feel as we let go of our limited perspectives and allow ourselves to be guided by spirit. The Oracle of Bath Cole indicates a voice that is true and needs to be acknowledged. This may be a voice in your own heart, which needs to be heard without judgment or censure. It may be an intuitive inner knowing to be recognized. It may be a loving and helpful voice of a reliable guide or a friend whom you know can be trusted. It may be a teaching from a dream or an insight from a meditation or even an inkling that certain happenings or sightings or signs from the universe to help you on your life path. Bath Cole is a clear voice of communication between humanity and higher beings. When called upon, she will assist a human to accurately interpret a sign or omen. Her voice brings clarity. Therefore, this oracle indicates a time of confusion is swiftly coming to an end. The oracle also encourages you to practice your power of discernment. Filter ego from heart. If a point of view lowers your vibration, makes you feel negatively about yourself or another, increases your confusion, or makes matters seem more complicated, it is likely to be an ego-driven viewpoint. To consider what you might be able to learn from the viewpoint, you need to settle yourself on a more authentic spiritual ground. So like I was saying earlier, hours ago, what are you broadcasting from your heart? What is in here? What are you broadcasting? Your thoughts become things. The programs that run in your subconscious is what's creating your reality, and you have control over that. What are you feeding into your paradigm? Are you allowing other people to dictate to you the reality to live? Are you hate, shaming, and blaming and separating in a third dimensional sense? What are you broadcasting? It's the great remembering. In the quantum field, it's not looking for your imagination. It's not going to entangle until you broadcast the feeling of that entanglement. What do you want? You're already living it. The multidimensional self. Have a good night, Scott. Your multidimensional self is out there in the ether right now, and you can choose to entangle yourself to the version of you that's already living the life of your dreams. You can pull that entanglement into superposition, collapse it into the wave function, and bring it into the branching of this reality. And it's not going to look like what you expect. It's going to be people that bring you opportunities. I'm arriving at the reality and observing the reality that my artwork sells for 6 figures. I'm arriving and observing the reality where I have my husband. I'm arriving at the reality and observing the reality that the car of my dreams is on its way. I'm arriving and observing the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers, not from an egotistical standpoint, but for one that I don't have to work as hard in all the other avenues and do what I love and what brings me my highest excitement. As Bashar would say, Bashar's not off on that, but it's how you obtain that highest excitement. I'm doing my passion. I love doing this. I love creating artwork. Fire horse, unicorn horn. I like creating and making and doing everything behind me. And I don't do it to sell. I do it because I purely love doing it. I purely love channeling other people and doing their portraits. You got to live to your highest excitement. I love reading cards. I love the spiritual realm. I like quantum physics. So I'm merging all of this together, and this is my focus because I want more people to be able to obtain the knowledge to better themselves, to heal themselves, to get you out of the one book paradigm. Most people have only been introduced to the program of that one book. And there's a plethora of information out in the world that you can draw information from. It doesn't make it right or wrong. It just expands your consciousness. It makes you think. It expands your horizon. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong. You have to discern that information for yourself. And my reality and how I interpret it and experience it and feel it is not going to be the same from anybody else in this chat or watching me. Who's thinking about me? And it's not to disrespect anybody, any one religion, because I read a bunch of different things and I see the allegory and the inner, that was a part of my other selves that traverse space-time. I was a part of the mystery schools. I had to become a monk. And I had to take vows of poverty and vows of silence and vows of shit to keep the information safe from the people that were going to distort it. That's other selves. And I come with that feeling and that knowledge to share with all of you. You have to live your dream. You have to do what makes you happy. Me working with babies and children that are autistic, that have medical severities, that have behavioral issues, that's my sweet spot. That for me is my highest excitement as well, because I'm physically sharing my energy and my frequency field with these kids. But it's not bringing in the money to pay and to sustain a life. I have to do it in multiple ways. This is the path of the niche that I'm hoping to carve out for myself. This is my highest excitement. Look at what you do and what you want to do in your life and tune into that broadcast. Go into your heart space and feel it. You don't do it from the third dimensional perspective. Do it from the 4D perspective. You already live it. Feel it. You are the broadcasting station. You have your radio station. It's you. 101 Point Allison. I anchored in my light. I anchored the antenna all the way down into the depths of this dichotomy of reality. I'm shooting that signal into the cosmic realm to source itself. And I'm broadcasting calm, peace, prosperity, abundance, and harmony for all. What are you broadcasting? That's in your electromagnetic field of your heart. What are you broadcasting? Are you allowing the program to keep running? Are you chasing the carrot on the stick? Are you getting stuck in everybody else's viewpoints and not making your own discernment? Like I said, your reality is not mine, but we have similarities that we all come together and form a tribe of understanding. Where are you coming from? What are you broadcasting into your space? And only from there can you really bridge and ascend and bring in and collapse heaven to earth. So for all of those that are new to my channel, welcome. I'm glad I saw a lot of new people today. That makes me excited. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Hype any one of my videos. Check out, I got like 2,000 videos out. Check them out. I will be live on Tuesday. Maybe. Check my community tab. I will put it out. I might be a guest on a podcast on Tuesday. We will see, but I usually do it on Wednesday if I can't do it Tuesdays. And I usually craft and sip, but we talk about very much of the same thing. 11/11. I will also be live on Friday. I'm on social, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Telegram. I don't know what time, so make sure you ring the little belly dingling so you know when I am live. Today was like an anomaly. I went over 6 hours. But I do go when I am working, it's a lot shorter. But please come and check me out on Friday and check out my other work as I go through the week. I do a lot of different things. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for showing up. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the physical shoulders for somebody today. Be and exhibit the lighthouse that you are. Sprinkle and seed your truths respectfully. Light that path forward. I hope to see you all on the next live and check out my other videos. Have a blessed and beautiful day wherever you are in the world.